How many got some unfinished business that you put off that needs to get resolved? So let me show you how fast you can resolve that by putting yourself in a different state. If you put both your hands on your heart, please put both your hands and physically feel your heart. And then breathe deep into your heart. And as you breathe deep in your heart, super deep, feel like the blood, take several breaths, blood and the power of that blood and that oxygen pouring through into your lungs and throughout your body. And you can close your eyes if it helps, put your hands on your heart. The thing that bothers you, the thing you've not handled, pick something that if you really focused on it, it would be stressful. And then measure that. What is it, 0 to 10? And ideally pick something that if you focused on it would be a 7, 8, 9 or above, not a 2. Because if we change the 2, you'll barely know it, right? You won't notice it. So if we pick something high, you'll see that it works. Perfect. Okay, now let go of that, put your hands on your heart. Wherever focus goes, energy flows. You know that from where you place your eyes. You know that from the way you move your body. So right now, put all your focus in your heart as you close your eyes. And breathe deep in your heart. And as you breathe deep, feel the oxygen, feel the strength of your heart. Feel the power of your heart. It beats 100,000 times a day without you thinking about it. It pours blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels. If we took all your blood vessels and straightened them out, they go around the earth twice at the equator. That's how much is inside of you at a microscopic level. What are you proud your heart has guided you to do in this life, or to make happen, or to enjoy? As you breathe in your heart, feel grateful for your heart. For as long as it beats, you live. And give thanks for the grace that gave you this heart. You didn't have to prove you were worth this heart. Something created us. You all have your own individual beliefs, but whatever created you knew that you were worth it before you did anything, because it gave you the greatest gift of all, life. And it beats in your heart. Feel the power of your heart, the strength of your heart, the beauty of your heart. As you breathe in your heart, we're going to think of 3 moments in your life you could feel totally grateful for if you wanted to. So it could be little moments. It could be birth of a child. It could be meeting a woman of your dreams. It could be a time on the basketball court. Just take any moment at all. It could be from your childhood, from your adulthood. It could have been from last week, today. It could be from any time. Pick a moment that you could step in that moment like you're there again right now. See through your own eyes what you saw. Breathe and feel what you felt. And fill up with a gratitude just for a moment. Really let yourself feel grateful to God, to your family, to your spirit, your soul, to whatever it is you can feel most grateful for in that moment. Fill up and give yourself this gift of gratitude. Let me tell you why grateful is so useful. When you're grateful, you kill the 2 things that destroy most people's lives, anger and fear. You can't be grateful and angry simultaneously, can you? So gratitude destroys anger. It'll be a good one for you. Now you are grateful, but just to magnify it. And the other one, anger and fear. You can't be grateful and fearful simultaneously. Feel that moment, fill up with it. Now think of a second moment you could feel grateful for. It could be a totally different moment. Any age, any stage, and then step in that memory. Like you're back on your body then, seeing what you saw, hearing what you heard, feeling what you felt. Fill up with that gratitude. And then finally think of a third moment you can feel deeply grateful for, but really go there. heart, step in the moment, feel it, breathe it, fill up with that gratitude, appreciation. And as you're doing that, start to feel energy building in your body now with the gratitude. Feel like an energy coming up through your legs, coming up from the sky, through the top of your head into your heart and soul, like you're guided. Have you ever felt like you're truly guided? Like your creator, life is guiding you? A higher purpose. What if you were here not just to play basketball? What if you're really here because you're inspiring souls all over this country and around the world to remember they can compete and have fun. They can find their way to being the best. And with enough discipline and enough enjoyment, with enough teamwork, anything's possible, and we're the proof of it. Build that energy up in your body. And here's what I want you to do. Just reach out with your eyes closed with your right hand and imagine we're gonna do 1 minute of memories where it's gonna be at hyperspeed. Like you're gonna pick any moment, a sexy moment, a playful moment, a proud moment in your mind. Start with a proud moment. What's a moment you're really proud of? And then reach out and bring it in your heart, and as it touches your heart, say yes, and feel it in your heart. Say yes. Yes. Breathe it, feel it, enjoy it. Fill up with that moment you're proud of. Reach out your right hand, think of another moment you can feel truly proud of in your life. Great moment. Bring it in, pour it in your heart, stack it on top of the other, say yes. And feel them both mixing together, stronger than they were apart, reminding you of who you really are as a soul. Reach out and find one more moment you can feel really proud or excited about. Reach out, grab that and put it in, say yes as it hits inside your heart. Yeah. And feel all three of them fire off in your body at once. What you're doing is stacking the good. Most of us stack the bad when we're stressed. Let's stack the good. Now, think of a moment in your life that really, truly you cherish. It could be any moment you cherish, a beautiful moment. Reach out and grab it, bring it into your heart, and stack it on top the moments you're proud, and say yes, yes. Find another sacred moment, a sacred moment in your life, a beautiful moment that you're grateful for, and bring it in, stack it on all the others, and say yes, yes. And then we're gonna start to speed it up. Think of a moment where you laughed uncontrollably. Think of something so stupid, made you laugh out loud. If you can think of one, reach out and grab that moment, bring your heart and say yes, yes. Think of another silly, stupid moment where you did something dumb and cracked yourself up or someone else. Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in, say yes. Think of one more crazy, fun moment. Pull it in and scream yes as it hits your chest and feel it stack on top of the other, say yes. Now, think of a sexy moment, a sensual moment. No one else needs to know. You know the moment. Bring it in and say yes. Yes. Bring another sensual, sexy moment that you cherish. Step in that moment. Feel it. Bring it in, stack it on, and go yes. Yes. Now take a moment of excitement. A moment that excited you. You felt so alive. Reach out and grab that moment. Bring it in and shout yes. Yes. Now do 2 more exciting moments in a row, one after another. Yes, and bring it in. Yes, and bring it in and feel it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now think of a moment in the future when you're going to be proud. Step in the future like seeing a trailer of a movie yet to come. See the highlight. What's a moment you're going to stand proud and you're going to have so much joy in your heart and soul? Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in, shout yes, and feel it. Yes. Do it again, yes. Yes. And again, yes. Yes. Now, 2 minutes. Any moment you're proud of, you're grateful for, in the future or now, as many as you can stack in a minute. Go, yes, yes, stack them. Go, yes, 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 yes. Now make a sound that would feel like if you had unleashed your soul with sound. If you unleashed total certainty, absolute certainty, make the sound, go. Do it again, enjoy it even more. One more time, warriors, go. Now, in this state, keep feeling this with your hand back on your heart. Keep breathing in your heart, not your head. Your heart can have a blast. Let's look to our spirit. That's what's made you who you are. Your spirit, your soul. You've made this body show up because your spirit's in charge. Make sure it's still in charge. Feel it reignited, reawakened. The season begins now. While you're breathing in your heart, think of that unfinished business, but stay in your heart. And with no fear, no stress, breathe in your heart, wide open. Finish this sentence about that situation. As you breathe in your heart and you're in a beautiful state, you'll have a solution. Ask your heart, all I need to do in that situation is, all I need to remember, all I need to focus on in that situation, all I need to do is what? And your heart knows the answer. Feel it. Finish the sentence from your heart. All I need to remember, all I need to focus on, all I need to do is what? And your heart knows the answer, doesn't it? So when you find yourself stressed, breathe in your heart. You can do it on the sideline. You can put your hand on your heart. You can just think of it and put all your focus there. Breathe. Think of 3 things you could be grateful for 2 minutes. And your entire biochemistry changes. Your heart and brain will work together, and now the flow state is back. This is your time. This is your time. This is your time.
All right, all right, all right. This is your time. Those of you that are early, thank you so much for showing up. I want to see in the comments, where are you watching from? Iowa, Reggie's on it. We back. That's right. Wonderful gratitude practice. Don't you love that, Mark? I promise at the end of the day I know, Z, I just threw you on there without warning. I got to keep it fresh. Keep people knowing, like, what just happened? Who's that guy? I'll tell you in a minute, and I'll be bringing up someone else very special. Amarillo, Texas. Amen, Tony says. Great to be here. Great to have you. So do me a favor, wherever you're watching this, if you're watching it on Facebook, if you go to that part that hits share and share it on your page and let us know that you did. We are in total surrender to elevating you, elevating humanity, enjoying our space with you today. And it's very generous when you share. So please do share. Hi from Orlando. All right, Los Angeles. Is that from the RV park, Alan? Where are you from? And so I've got my guest co-host Z with me. We're working on a mental health movie project together, and we'll be hosting some things in the future. So I kind of threw him in and said, hey, you wanted me to host with you. Why don't you come host with me? And so Z will be here. He's a heart practitioner, heart space, heart math practitioner, among many other things. Does great work with people in the United Nations, all kinds of awesome things. So welcome, Z.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Adora. Welcome, everyone in the technical crew. They're doing an incredible job so far. Thank you for joining us. Welcome with a heart space, open heart space, as we go into day 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So I'm super excited. Keep that going in the chat. Some of you are Pam's in Orlando. We've got Alan in Orlando. Oh, I think they're together. There's a whole there. I thought there was like a love connection about to happen. That was me just picking up the vibes that were already there. They're already there. Speaking of love connection here in Dallas, Rudy Rivera, that's my Iron Man. Thanks for the love. All right. So Z, I'm very excited about what we have next. We're bringing up, we're about to go into how to have a brand breakthrough, part 1. I named it that. It's going to be interview style. Olivia, no pressure. No pressure to deliver brand breakthroughs. But Olivia is very special to me. First, I'm going to give you what's special. Well, there's so much that's special about her. All right. But what I think a lot of people find super interesting, and especially because we're about to talk about brand breakthrough, is that among many companies, all right, she helped the UFC go from millions to billions by really figuring out that brand story. And so we're going to dive into that interview a little bit. But she is, for me, the person, and for all of us, she's the person that lit in my heart what we're doing for the harbor and for child trafficking here in the US, period. And called me back in December or January and like grabbed my guts, basically my soul, like, and I haven't been able to let go of this vision of entrepreneurial activism and being able to take what we do, these events with athletes, thought leaders, celebrities, places where we're already learning and getting elevated, and taking a good percentage of that, a bigger percentage than normal. At Uprise, they do 100%. We're in a collaboration. So 30% of anything that happens beyond the VIP goes to what this cause of ending child trafficking. We're supporting the harbor. So I will always be so grateful. So if you're ready for me to bring Olivia up, all right, I want to see like some like it's got to equal this in the chat, right? So Z, what's your version of that?
Good question. Hearts. Let's get some blue hearts to match your nail polish.
All right. But I want to see your embodiment of what is your embodiment of that? What represents that energy from you for Olivia coming up? That's it? Drinking water. You just beamed out a heart beam that just flew by so fast, right? All right, hand pink waving hand, pink waving hand. I love it. That's the way it comes across, Mark, because he's watching on YouTube. Love your energy, Bergie. If you spot it, you got it. Good day from the Bahamas. Woo, you just took me somewhere. I need to get there soon. I love it. I love it. All right. Alan's going wild. Rudy's giving the blue hearts. Rudy's more your style. I'm like that. And he's like, so there we go. All right. Awesome. Let's go ahead and bring Olivia up. Welcome, Olivia. The crowd went crazy.
Hi, guys. Good to see you.
Oh, great to see
you as well.
All right. So, Olivia, I know we've got a short time before Shanda comes on and starts showing everybody how to list build and attract clients. So I'm going to dive right in. I know you were living in Brazil when you got a call. So take us there. Tell us a little bit about that story specifically.
Which call are we talking about?
About them wanting you to the UFC.
Okay, right. Okay, so no, at that point I was already in San Diego.
Okay. Never mind. You were not in Brazil. Okay, go ahead.
Right. So to get to that call, right? Yes. I started working at the age of 15, and from 15 to 18, I produced events in Brazil, and at 18, I went to film school. And by the time I was 20, and met my husband and started doing documentaries. Moving to the United States, I knew that I needed, I had all my connections in Brazil, all my career in Brazil, and I knew that we needed a ticket, to open doors here in the United States. And at that moment, it was mixed martial arts. Mixed martial arts was, and it still is in many seasons, the fastest growing sport in the world. And so all the champions were and still are, many of them Brazilian. So I made some calls. We started a documentary with all the Pride FC, UFC champions at the time. And then moving to the United States, actually I was already in Vegas then, so I wasn't in San Diego anymore. We shot our first documentary, moved to Vegas to help Vanderlei Silva create his brand and open his gym. So within 1 year of opening his gym, we launched his YouTube channel. That was the biggest YouTube channel in MMA. So we're literally competing head to head with like NBA playoff videos, like on YouTube at that year, top ranked in like over 15 countries. And telling Vanderlei moved to Vegas. He was, at a middle stage of his career where everybody was looking at him after he was 6-time world champion, looking at him like, oh, maybe you're at the end of your career, right? And Vanderlei wasn't ready for that. And so we started telling his story and to show people who he really was, because Vanderlei was really seen, as just this tough guy, right? He doesn't talk a lot. So we started interviewing him and getting the story of who he is, of where he came from, right? And how he's a fighter at heart, like many of us are, right? And building that identity, building that relatability with Vanderlei. Vanderlei actually went through a knee surgery. It was very emotional for him. And it was right at that time that the UFC was getting ready to launch in South America, specifically in Brazil. So that's when we got the call from the UFC. After looking at our work, our YouTube channel was way ahead of their YouTube channel, and they're like, "Oh, we need you to do what you're doing over here." And so when they first called, right, and this was, our first opportunity to get to the top of the industry, working with the UFC, they knew what they wanted, and they said, "We want to launch in Rio, but we want you to go to Rio and interview, the top 4 fighters there." And ask about their next fight. And we're like, well, that's not really what's gonna convert. First of all, you have 20 fighters in the card who are, all majority of them Brazilian. We knew many of them. We knew their stories, and we're like, we have to be able to tell their story. And we're talking, right? We're coming in from the UFC, even though I had a big background in Brazil already. I worked with Ronaldo and whatnot. We're coming into the UFC, right? I'm fresh here in the United States. These guys, like, you go into the UFC, like, the office of, the main guy they're working with, like, has 20 Emmys, from him launching Hulu on the wall. And, and we're coming in and we're like going to head, and we're like, I just, I know what I'm doing. And so they did give us the opportunity to test us and to do it our way. We went to Brazil and we shot over 20 videos of all the fighters in the card. And the video with the very first bottom, the undercard, right? The very first fighter that nobody knows, it was that story that we knew, because we knew him. That was about him being one of 13 kids, in the rural Brazil, starving, and having to, at one point, having the mother share one bread loaf with 13 kids and skipping meals. And at one point having to wake up and being so hungry that they walk to where the pigs eat to grab some food. And he didn't really want to talk about it, right? And we were like, what about all the kids that are going through this right now and they have no hope? Would you share your story to bring that hope to them? And it's like, yes, I will. And so we did. And that video and many others, because they all have incredible stories, really. That's just the most heart-wrenching one, but really all the stories are incredible and very similar in many ways. Got picked up by the mainstream media. And what I told the UFC, it was this: if you want to launch in Brazil, you have to create a cultural shift. In Brazil, people see mixed martial arts as street fighting at that time. They don't see it as sport. And you have to show who these fighters are. in order to break mainstream. And that's exactly what we did. So our videos, finally broke through mainstream media in Brazil. And we sold that arena in 55 minutes. So that was my entry door in the UFC.
For all the bottom line people, like, where does all this mushy? Well, it's sold in 55 minutes. So whole arena, yes.
Exactly. So that was my entry to the UFC, with whom we worked for 6 years after that. A lot of it with their international expansion, but really helping them develop content. And a lot of our concepts are still used today, and they're worth billions of dollars. So that's a really cool part of my career.
Yeah. Oh, there are so many really cool parts of the career. One day I'm going to bring not a film crew, because that would be dumb, because you guys are so good, but I'm going to get your phone and I'm just going to take all your stories and record them, because it's so incredible. One thing we're focused on, as you know, with everyone here, many of our people, and put in the comments if you're a consultant, coach, author, speaker, many of them have their own businesses and they're trying to stand out. Coaching, that industry, the entrepreneurial industry, is huge. And you figured out the story that would help the brand have their breakthrough, a very big brand, and you were even outperforming their high-paid consultants that couldn't figure it out, right? So what would you say to the coach, author, consultant in having their own? And this is part one, guys. This is a little bit of a teaser. But what would you say to them about having their brand breakthrough and their own story?
Right, 100%. So, for me, there's one word that goes with everything. It's expression, right? Like, we're oftenly focused on impression, but when you truly look at success in any successful brand, personality, right, celebrity, they are focused on expressing something that is true to them, right? An art form, but really is that expression, right? Expression is from inside out, right? And that's what brings authenticity, right? That is where the money is. You express to impress, right? That's the order of facts in marketing and in brand and in storytelling, and really in anything there is of meaning in life, right? And what happens when we're in a world of social media, where it gets very busy and very loud, we tend to receive a lot more than we give, and we tend to listen and get influenced a lot more than we express and influence. And I think when you just take a step back, right, and really go back to your gut and who you are and what are you doing this for, and what is the expression of all that, no matter what industry it is that we're talking about, then you're on the right path, right? Because we are looking at all these people on stages, right? And they are there because their authenticity got them there, because they follow the path that nobody else did, of being themselves and allowing themselves to be themselves, right, all the way to that point. And then they go on stage and they're going to try to teach us something, and we're going to take notes, right? Mm-hmm. But that core piece that brought them there is not what they're teaching, and it's not what we're learning, right? And then we forget that. And then we start 3 steps ahead, right, with our notes. And then we wonder why it doesn't work. And for me, from all 25 years of experience in so many industries, working with so many people, that's the core piece. And so, if in this busy world, you can remember to stay true to your own expression and, find meaning in that and what really is meaningful to you, that's when people start paying attention to you. That's when people listen. That's when you gain your influence. That's when you build your brand. And that's when you find, a much faster path to success, than, you know, just again, you know, missing that piece and trying to follow everybody's 10 steps ahead type of formula, you know, because it gets hard, you know, if you don't have that.
I have one more question before I turn it to Z and check on our next guest, because you know how it is. We have a live show and we're like, are they?
Yeah.
When you're doing that, and that is powerful, the authenticity, and even the studies scientifically, the authenticity that frequency measures higher than the frequency of love, even, because I think it is the highest form of love, being authentic to the design that is yours. But when you're working with people, how do you help them find that? How do you find that? Because I think, you know, entrepreneurs moving in, trying to figure out their niche, often think they know, but they're not all the way in, and they're like you said, on all the steps. And so what kind of questions do you ask them that people watching can ask themselves?
Right. I mean, I think that really the first thing is just like taking that step back so you can separate yourself from the influence around you, right? Because it's a lot, right? I mean, it's a lot. I mean, I raised teenagers, and there's a lot of influence, and it just and what I say, right, for them even, right, we live in an unfair world right now, for people growing up, but for all of us, right, where, like, you know, like all the biggest pillars of my career were built literally out of just mental space, out of boredom, you know, for lack of a better word, because it's you and you, right? And you're trying to figure things out, and you're going a lot more through not only like an emotional internal path, but a logical, reasonable internal path of discussion, trying to figure out solutions for things. And we lose that, right? So what I tell people, you know, actually, you know, I have a module of training that when people come into my company to work for me, is you have to unschool yourself. You have to be bold, and you have to understand that you have the answers for your own, right, for your own brand better than anybody else out there. Like, you can't find the answers for who you are in someone else, right?
I love the eyes. We're like, come on. Your eyes said it all right there.
So that's the bottom line for me, right? Is just allowing yourself to be bold, and gaining that confidence. The other thing that I feel like that we lack, the more Google, you know, took over our ability to solve problems, the less we got in touch of trying to solve problems ourselves. But it's that process that really builds the value that you have to offer, that builds the value behind your brand, that builds the authenticity behind your marketing, right? So, and because there is so much right now, AI just adds to it, right? So we are quick on the trigger to Google. We are quick on the trigger to, you know, ChatGPT, you know, give me my script, you know, but if you don't, like, because it's easier, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, it's easier for a reason. There will be less value behind it, in a sense. And I'm not saying, believe me, I do use AI, but I use AI knowing what I want and what I'm doing, and all the value that I built behind that brand, right? Not to, you know, give me something out of nothing, because, you know, what do they know, right? You have to just start, it's like, first tell yourself that you're the only authority in your brand, and in your marketing, and in your life, and in your business. And, you know, even no matter how scary that is, because now we're all addicted to the easiness of technology, that is what's going to separate you, right? So that is the process that you have to go through. And we'll feel weird because of how addicted we are, right? But at the same time, it's just very necessary. It's very necessary. And I challenge, when I say, like, don't take what I'm saying for the truth. Just look at the people that you look up to, and see what was that process for them. Because I'll tell you, it was not copying or prompting or asking someone else to do it for them. because without that process, you don't build the core pieces that will help you reach the success that you're going for.
Yeah.
So
And go ahead, Z. I'll let you.
yeah,
Yes.
so Olivia, we had a very really important question here. It's like this. Brenda has asked, this is what I need help with, finding what my purpose is or what to do. So much of us are in the service, or all of us are in the service oriented. We're compassionate, caring individuals and want to help, right? But that deeper space of why are you doing this? What is different from you and your services than anyone else on the market? Because we all have something very unique within what we offer. What would you say to those individuals? How do they get deeper into their purpose?
Yeah, right. So, yeah, purpose is a big one for me. I mean, I am purpose driven. I am, basically the definition of that thing, because I just wake up and I go to sleep, right? And I don't even have thoughts outside of, my work and why I'm working for. Obviously, Project Uprise being, my passion project that we launched together. And it's allowing yourself, to go deeper in those connections, right? So for me, right, I am personally, I am this intense person, right? Like I am intense. I get angry a lot. I mean, anxious a lot in a good, but right. But I allow that to, because that fuels me, to have that understanding, right, and to move things, faster and better, right. So for purpose, right, like one thing that you have to do is connect with the actions and allow yourself to, right, what I would talk to Adora a lot too, right? It's like we have a lot of this, positive thinking and all that stuff, which is brilliant, and it helps a lot of people achieve a lot of things. But in the end of the day, right, when your purpose is to cause impact and to make change, um, right, you have to be passionate about that, right, enough that triggers you certain emotions that might not be the most comfortable ones, and you have to own those too, right. You have to be able to own the frustration and the anger and the anxiety, and not try to shush it away, right. And so, trying to go back to the question of, how to separate ourselves out of you, there's no two people that are the same. There's no two people that have the same ideas. There's no two people that have the same solutions for the problems. And when you allow yourself, like, here's the thing, right? We live in this culture that has been trimming, that has been boxing, just like from, and it's not new. I know it feels new just because now in social media, right, we see it happening and we're like, oh, now everybody's trying to box everybody in. It's not new. It's forever, right? It's part of society to try to box people in. And what happens is that we do box ourselves in, right? We box ourselves in to be accepted, to fit in and whatnot. And you really have to box yourself out, right? You have to step out of the box and you have to let your wings open, and you just have to just dive into all that passion a lot more, because again, that's what differentiates us. That is, although it's your bundle of emotions and your bundle of whys and but like it's all unique to you, and also you to be able to express that, right? Because again, in marketing, and I know that's why I tell my people, you unschool yourself, because in marketing, the first thing that they're going to teach you is, who are you speaking to? What do they want to hear? And it's just like, really? Like, it's because in the end of the day, it's a lot more, what do you want to say? Because, there's 7 billion people out there in the world, right? And whatever it is that you want to say, there will be someone willing to hear. But if you're just focused on the impression and you're just focused on following these rules that someone created for you, you're just going to be stepping away from the core of what makes you you. And so for me, just reverts back to just allowing yourself, allow yourself and accept yourself, all the uncomfortable things as well, because you're going to have a lot of ideas and you're going to have a lot to say once you start just opening those doors, rather than trying to do what everybody else is doing, right? And trying to stay in the box and worrying about what people think, and all that kind of stuff that people do every day. And I know when I talk like that, it's just so abstract, but this is really how I run businesses. And I run a lot of them, and it's just, and they're all very successful, and it is the core of what I do. And I just keep it that way. And so I've tested this in a lot of things, and I know it sounds a little bit abstract, but I can't tell you what you're going to think. I can tell you what is going to be your ideas that you're going to come up with. But I can tell you that the more you just free yourself from these lines of the square, the more successful you're going to be.
Awesome, Olivia. And I do see we have Shanda in the background. What I want to say to you real quick to kind of, and to everybody watching, I mean, Shanda was even talking this morning about her own intensity, and that most leaders walk around with this great intensity that you just referenced in yourself, and you and your vision. Of course, I attracted you as my partner and my light bearer in waking me up around this cause. I always say you're like the warrior call person in the Matrix, because there were so many days you were like, when I was very frustrated or disappointed with what we didn't and responded about, we haven't funded the harbor fully yet, and then I'd come back and say, I'm sorry, it was rough, everybody, I should have been lifting you up. And you'd say, no, you need to embrace those things. That's what's making you like embrace that. So I heard open space, disconnect from the rest of the world so you can hear your own voice and you can hear what's being called upon, your own resources, your own expression inside. So that was the beginning of our brand breakthrough. We're going to have a part 2 at the end of the day, but I know that you all are getting some powerful things from that. So put some fire and some love in the chat. And Olivia, I love you so much. I'm so grateful for you. And thank you for sharing your story. We'll dig more into how you can have those brand breakthroughs like were created for the UFC by Olivia at the end of the day today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. All right. So everybody, I have been telling you to get ready that one of my very favorite business mentors on the freaking planet, and I've stayed with her years now, we have the privilege of having here. She is not only someone that has blessed my personal life, my family, my son, my children, my spiritual life, my leadership, but she is the person that taught me how to list build. So the base of this show and the shows that you guys have been seeing, I had been interviewing people right and left just because I love it. Shanda taught me how to use that to attract my divine clients, to monetize my passion, to find my tribe. And what you're experiencing now, we've layered some things over it, but the base comes from this woman. And she is a powerful leader that I listen to almost daily. And I stay in relationship with her. And so I always promise you to bring you the access. It's like one thing to just bring you like, but to bring you who I'm actually learning from, listening to, getting coaching from, that's next level. And that's what I'm bringing to you now. So I'm super excited. You guys, I want to see love and fire in the chats or your favorite emoji. Z, I need to see you dancing in the green screen in the background. Okay, that'll work. All right, awesome. So guys, bring up Shanda. Make her bigger. There we go. Hi, Shanda.
How you guys doing? Good to see you.
Oh, so good to have you here. So look, I know you're going to train and go deep for us on how to list build, and what you have here is a community of coaches, consultants, entrepreneurs that are heart driven, spirit driven. They're your kind of people. So I don't want to get in the way of that. And you just call me up if you need me for anything, and I'll pop in on the end to ask some questions.
Yeah, sounds great.
All
Well,
right.
welcome everybody. It's so cool to see you. I'm looking at the chat. I love that. I feel like our worlds are so virtual now, aren't they? It was like I went from before the world got locked down, we had 87 live events. We had 87 live events in our company called Hardcore Business. And then the world just shut down. And I remember that my CFO called me, and my CFO was like, this thing could be a real thing in the world. It could affect our business. And I thought to myself, there's no problem. There is no problem that cannot be pivoted and solved. And I believe that like wholeheartedly. This morning, I moved to Puerto Rico. Anybody out in Puerto Rico? Put PR if you're out in Puerto Rico. We moved to Puerto Rico about a year ago. And we made one of the hard decisions, which is also a pivot. And I will get into list building. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about why it's important. Talk about how I almost completely failed out of business when I left corporate and started a coaching business, which I didn't even know what I was doing I didn't even know it was a coaching business. I didn't know the coaching industry was barely even an industry. But before I do that, I just want to prime the pump a little bit inside your mind. And it's what I was doing this morning when I got up, and it's what I was doing when I jumped online this morning, is to really arrest the thoughts of fear, right? Arrest the thoughts of fear. And so this is not motivational talk. Motivational talk depletes, it goes away. It's like when you're not getting the shot in the arm of motivation, it's gone. And so there has to be a shift, right? There has to be a real shift on the way that we talk to ourselves and the way that we talk to the fear that we're facing. So every morning I get up and I go for about a 45-minute to an hour walk, and I walk along the beach in Puerto Rico. And as I'm walking through the beach in Puerto Rico, I surf my mind for the ideas that may be stopping me. You know, any of you guys right now in a situation where you know that you should be further ahead than you are, put me in the comment section. You know that you should be further ahead than you are, put me in the comment section. There's no shame on that. There's actually power to knowing exactly or I would say exposing exactly what it is that you're thinking behind closed doors. Because when you're behind closed doors, there are moments where you might, well, first of all, it's kind of not even cool anymore to say you beat yourself up. I feel like nobody says that anymore. But I think if you're not beating yourself up, you might be beating somebody else up, right? You might be blaming your spouse. You might be blaming the fact that you don't have a spouse. You might be blaming the fact that you don't have rich parents. You might be blaming the fact that you were raised in an abusive home like I was, right? And you might be blaming these things. And you know what? Sure, all of that could be true, and you could be right about all of the emotional triggers in your life, but it ain't paying you. It's not getting you more authority. It's not getting you stronger. It's not battling the fear. It's not making it go away. Every single day you wake up to, why am I not showing up the way that I need to show up? And so I come here today in front of you to say that you can battle those thoughts. You can absolutely take them on. Again, I'm not even giving you motivation. I'm saying this is what I do. I go on a miracle walk. And I go on that walk, and I think for so many years I underestimated this. I remember people say, Shanda, just surrender to heaven. And I'm like, just tell me how to surrender. If you tell me how to surrender, I promise you I will do it. I will do anything to be able to break into freedom, because some of us have it in our gut. It's in our gut. And when I say this, some of you guys are going to say, that's me. And if it's you, I want you to say, that's me. Okay. You have it in your gut for some of you guys that you know that you're supposed to be a millionaire. You don't understand it. You don't get it. Maybe you do get it, but there's like an instinct. There's like a gut feeling, and you never should not trust your gut feeling. And so how many of you guys, you know that you were supposed to become a millionaire? Put million. Put million in the comment section. Put million in the comments. Let everybody see you right now. Okay, so not everybody wants to become a millionaire. And the reason why not everybody wants to become a millionaire is because we all have vision, and that vision takes us to where we want to be. Okay, so now I see a couple of you guys. Well, not many of you guys want to be a millionaire, huh? That's cool. It lets me know who I'm working with here. and what I should talk about as I talk about list building. So, okay, there's a few of you guys. Okay, good. So this is important to know your identity, especially in a world that there's a massive identity crisis. It's not okay to be gay. It's not okay to be traditional. It's not okay to vax. It's not okay to not vax. I mean, we live in a world that we're like a ping pong ball about what's acceptable and what's not. Am I right or am I right? 100%. It's irrelevant if I'm right. What matters is, can you walk through the hard conversations? It was a hard conversation with my husband to move to Puerto Rico. It was a hard conversation with my husband to buy an oceanfront home. It was not a hard conversation to have with my husband by the time we bought a jet, because at that point, my husband no longer had the fear that we weren't going to make it, or that we would overspend, or that we would be neglectful with our cash. And he had a certain faith from heaven. So as I go to talk about today on list building, I'm going to tell you, you can have a product. You can have the most designed talk on the planet. You can, I look, got to be a billionaire. I love that. I love that. So you can have the best talk. You can have the best presentation. You can have the best online course. You can have the best seminar. You can have the best gadget, whatever. You can have the best water on the planet. You can have all of the best. And if nobody's coming, you have no impact. I'll go even farther and I'll say, getting up on a stage and talking and impacting people's lives, where they come to you and say, oh my gosh, Marjorie, Raphael, Mark, I just love it when you talk. You just changed my life. If they don't take out a credit card and buy, there was no transformation there. And when I started to get the feeling, the fake feeling of feeling good and the feeling of freedom, there's a very, very big distinction, and there's something that trumps everything that allows that to be certain, secure, and tangible in your life. And I'm going to tell you, it's a list. Okay, so think about this for a second. If you look at social media right now, how many guys are on Threads? Put Threads if you're on Threads. How many guys on Threads right now? Put Threads if you're on Threads. You should actually just put your URL for Threads so everybody can connect and correct and grow your Threads account. So Threads is a new social media platform, and it's growing like crazy. And people are asking me, Shanda, how do you use Threads? And I'm like, nobody's a guru yet. Nobody's a guru yet. Nobody, I mean, there's some people who are starting to percolate and say that they're a guru, but nobody's a guru yet. Like, nobody knows what they're doing on Threads yet. It's brand new. You're trying to figure out, you're in a pivot. Why is Threads important? Why is Instagram important? Why is Google important? Why is Facebook important? Because there's traffic there. The problem is we rent it, we don't own it. We rent it, we don't own it. And if you don't want to live the rest of your life, and I'm not saying you live this right now, but I'm going to tell you, a rainy day is always coming, and you want an asset, right? You want an asset. So my plane is an asset. It's gone up almost $1 million in the last year, about 800 in the last year. I can sell my plane and I can cash in on that. The plane market is a hot market. You can sell and flip planes like this. Okay. I could rent and charter my plane. I can charter my plane for way more money, 3 times the money that it costs to run the plane, like completely. My oceanfront home has a wow factor. I'm not saying this to brag or boast. I'm saying I don't buy regular homes. And the reason why I don't buy regular, I bought a slumlord property in California on the ocean and got a construction loan that takes out the original loan, and you have tiny little payments until the last couple months until your house is actually done with construction and it's ready to go. My point is that I look for wow factors in life, because I'm not gearing towards average. How many guys are not gearing towards average? Put no. Put the word no if you're not gearing towards average. So if you're not gearing towards average, then you have to do something different than what everybody's doing. So I'm not saying don't be on social media at all. I use it as a TV. Just last week, it was $35,000 or $38,000 that generated off our Facebook Live. I'm going to tell you that I think that we have one of the highest profiting shows online that I've seen yet. And my intention is to continue to grow it and then to teach it to people who are great leaders who will keep impacting more lives. Why? I don't think you should present and not have some sort of an offer. I don't think that you should speak and not understand what does the person in front of you need, whether it's your spouse, your child. I know exactly what my child wants right now, and I know exactly what he needs right now to be able to get it. I'm in a constant conversation of how do I land my communication so that he gets what he wants. Why? We then have value. See, far too often we consider things valuable that are things like our social media accounts or our relationships with our spouses, our family, but the contribution is lacking. So if the contribution is lacking, you'll know that because you're not in a conversation of how can I help you? How can I be an evangelistic leader and help you get to the next level? And that's why people's marketing is failing. Are you guys hearing what I'm saying right now? Is anybody taking notes? Are you starting to pay attention to what might be shifting in your own business right now? Okay, so people ask me all the time, Shanda, how do I get engagement? Listen, you could have no engagement and have tons of sales. Your social media can be quiet, and in your direct inbox messages, you could have tons of sales. What am I trying to tell you? Stop looking at what other people are doing and run your own race. Run your own race. I don't have a massive following on YouTube. I actually don't know what it is. It might be decent, but I actually don't know what it is, to be really honest. We stream on YouTube. I'm not trying to monetize YouTube yet. However, my friend Pace Morby, who does real estate, he monetizes his YouTube like crazy. Pick a lane and go all in. But I'm going to recommend before you pick a lane and go all in, you look at owning the assets. That's why I talked about the plane. I never thought I'd have a plane. You have a tax problem. I used to not laugh. I used to have a level of, I would say judgment, definitely judgment, but I didn't know what I didn't know. And I never liked it when people talked about the jets or the cars or the Rolls Royces or any of that type of stuff, because in my head, I thought it was materialistic, not cool, and flashy. But you know what happens when you get to the point where you live in a place like Southern California or New York or some of these higher income tax states, that you realize when you make a certain amount of money because you've been valuable to people, what happens is that you have to play the tax game to be able to shift it. You get what I'm saying? So I'm going to invite you to look at where your belief systems are, even around your judgments are, because those are heart conditions. And I will tell you, the number one thing I say to a client, and I say to myself and my husband, I say to each other, is that when we're going to the next level, we know we have to clean our heart. Okay, when we go to the next level, we know we have to clean our heart. I'll get to that at the end of this conversation. I opened with a loop where I talked about the miracle walk. I seeded and shared context. What am I sharing with you right now? Before you go into any sort of offer, teaching you as an offer, I have to get you to buy into your freedom to take advantage of this. Otherwise, I shouldn't be here. You get what I'm saying? So no matter what you're doing, where you're doing it, you're constantly in an enrollment game. Somebody write in the chat, enrollment game. Life is an enrollment game. Your relationships are an enrollment game. So at the end of this conversation, I'll close the loop on the miracle walk and what I do to prime my mind so that nothing gets in the way of what you're trying to create. Okay, you guys, is that fair? Put fair if that's fair. Okay, so social media is awesome. I love it. I love it as a TV. 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 You can now be your own broadcaster. You can own your own network. It's very, very powerful. Okay. However, I don't own social media. Every time I turn around, can you guys please? Every time I turn around, somebody I know is getting hacked. Somebody I know is being hacked. Somebody's losing their Instagram account. My friend Real Talk Kim lost her Instagram account. She has 1 million followers on Instagram. I think she has 1 million on Facebook. And she lost. Can you guys please? Sorry, guys. This is Real Talk. Can you guys please? Thank you. Ash, thank you. So I love being in our living room because now we can just talk real talk. This is what it looks like, right? So Real Talk Kim, great woman. Guys, come on. Please.
We're sorry, Mom.
Thank you, babe. Okay, thank you. So Real Talk Kim, million people, loses her account. She messages me and she goes, how do I get my account back? And so you got to know somebody. Unless you spend a ton of money on ads, and I'm not saying there isn't people out there that can get your accounts back, but it sucks if your whole business is on that. So I said to Real Talk Kim, I said, you got to make sure that you build your email list. And in today's world, I would also say text message. Okay, so it drives me nuts when people, oh, that goes upside down. Sorry, because I'm not on eCam on here. So your email list, love the noise from the kids. Your email list is your asset. Your text message list is your asset, right? Nobody can take that away from you. We just finished cleaning our email list. We had 700,000 people on our email list. We just finished cleaning it, and it dropped down to 400,000 people on our email list that are ready to go, right? So I share that with you because I'm okay with being transparent. I wish I had 1 million people on my email list, but I don't. And I don't because of mismanagement on my email list. What am I trying to share with you? Shit happens. Right? It happens. You're never going to get it perfect. So there's no point in avoiding the failure, because the failure turns to freedom. Somebody needs to write that down. Your failure turns to freedom. So if you're trying to get it perfect, we're going for grants right now. Women-owned business grants. Federal grants can be up to $500,000. It's free money, right? And so we're going for grants right now. And somebody on our team said, you got to do a video. I want to make sure we get this perfect. We get it right. The minute I hear those words, I'm like, just go do it sloppy. Just go do it sloppy. We're going to learn. There's no shortage of grants out there. There's so many, it's overwhelming. That's a big idea moment. Some of you guys need to look into a grant right now because you're struggling with finances. But the problem of struggling with finances is you're not being resourceful. There's 50 ways to find the money. One of them's a grant. Just one of them's a grant. Right? There's 50 ways to find the money, but just one of them's a grant. But I'll tell you something. You ain't got no money, you ain't got no employees if you got no list. You have an email list and a text message list. So write this down, because I think this is turning upside down for you guys, if I'm correct. Is it, Adora? Is it when you guys look at that, is it backwards? Because it is on my screen.
No, it's not backwards. We see it. It's great.
Okay, good. So when I look at it, it is. Okay, so here's the secret to growing a list. Number one, you want to do the reporter model. Okay, so you become the reporter. Adora is the reporter. She's interviewing people, right? So as she's interviewing people, we are mailing our email list to a registration page for you to come on here, right? How many guys came to a registration page? Some of you guys, right? And so we mail our email list. And when we mail our email list, what happens, they go through a registration page, and a certain amount of people lift off our list and go to that topic. So the number one thing that you need to think about as a reporter model is you need to understand a topic. This topic needs to be all about them. So I wish I had time to teach you the empathy model, but basically here's the piece on this. Where are you not being bold enough, but you believe it behind closed doors? Where are you not being bold enough, but you believe it behind closed doors? So the big reason why I use hot topics, because I'm a marketer, you have to market your business as well, is I use hot topics like, the shot. I'm not even using the shot anymore because it's like nobody's talking about it anymore, right? So now it's, your transgender, binary, traditional relationships, that's kind of the hot topic right now. And so whether that's a touchy topic for you is none of my business. It's none of you. You got to talk about these topics. And if you're not bold enough to talk about these topics, you're missing traffic. You're missing traffic. I'm not saying that I have to put it into this topic as the reporter model, but I'm going to build it in to some of the things that I talk about. Why? Because it's a hot topic. And if you don't talk about hot topics, you miss traffic. You want to go on medium.com and build an email list and write an article. Now you can write an article, go to ChatGPT, have ChatGPT write it in anybody's voice that's the top direct response marketer on the planet or the top article writer on the planet, right? The guy who wrote 10X is easier than 2X, 10X is easier than 2X, Ben Hardy. He was Medium.com's #1 article writer, blog writer forever. He built thousands and thousands of people every single week to his list through article blogging, right? There's so many ways to do it. I like the reporter model with a good topic because the reporter model with a good topic gets me a warm, hot lead because other people are mailing their already email lists and they already have influence and authority. Say the word authority out loud. Authority is everything. Medium.com, like what Benjamin Hardy did, is he got volume, right? He got volume, which means that when he gets in his list, he needs to do other things to warm people up. I love this model that Adora is doing here right now, because how many of you guys, you love Adora? Put love in the like you love Adora, like you see her heart, you see how precious she is, you see that she's putting it all out there, you see she has a history, she's not afraid to hide her vulnerability, like she's tangible, right? Like she's touchable. There's some people who are not touchable. She's very, very touchable. So I love this reporter model, because when you interview people, people get to know you. It's important to drop in some topics that are hot topics. If you don't have an opinion on the identity conversations out there, then have an opinion on something else. It might have been back when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, right? It's like, I showed at one of our masterminds, I went and I made a post on Instagram and Facebook, and what was wild to watch, I knew that I would get controversy. And by the way, I want to tell you something behind closed doors. I hate controversy. Like I tell you, it took everything I've got to get on a stage and speak. I wanted to be behind the scenes in my business. I didn't want anybody to see me. I called my business Hardcore Business, not Shanda Sumter, because I never wanted to be the focal point. I never wanted to be the face of the brand. God had a different plan than I had, but I never wanted to be the face of the brand at all. I wanted to be a big company that grew, that had nothing to do with me, especially on a stage or writing books or speaking or presenting. That was like nothing I wanted. Okay. So I share all of that. I share all of that with you, because pick whatever topics are that you have an opinion on, right? It doesn't have to be one that you don't really care to talk about, right? Like you don't talk about behind closed doors. But I'm going to call you forward. If you talk about something behind closed doors, then you should bring it forward on the platform, because you're actually hiding a part of you. Even if you don't think it's relevant, you're hiding a part of you. And I'm going to tell you, if you put it out there on the platforms, you're going to find that you're going to get some traction. Why? Value. Get what I'm saying? People come to people who they value. So the model is you interview 21 people, or you do a 1 day and you interview 12 to 15 people. They all email their databases through a registration page, and you really choose people who have 7,000 person lists or more. So when I do the reporter model, I choose 25,000. To be interviewed by me, you need to have 25,000 people on your list. You must email your list 2 times, once a solo email, a second time to the unopens. I know that if I do that, and I'll kind of do some simple math for you so you know how to figure this out and you know what to rely upon. You want your registration page to convert at 50%. Somebody put 50% in the chat, right? Because somebody will hear this and they'll forget it. Put 50% in the chat is what you want your registration page to convert at. So if you look at 50% and say you have 7,000 people, is the number that all your experts are going to have 7,000 people on their email list to qualify for this reporter model to work. Then if you have 15 people, that means you're going to be reaching 105,000 people. If 105,000 people on average have a 20% open rate, that drops you down to 21,000 people. If you got 21,000 people hitting your registration page and you have a 50% opt-in rate, that means you just built a list of 10,500. Now let me show you what 10,500 cost if I run traffic online. $157,000. These are real numbers. It costs about $15 for a registration if I run Facebook ads, YouTube ads, and Instagram ads, which I do almost every day of the month. And so we spend anywhere between $250,000 to $600,000 a month on Facebook advertisement, YouTube advertisement, and Instagram advertisement. It's a lot of cash. It really, really pulls down your profitability in your company. This model is a virtual assistant. It is a virtual assistant. If you need one, let me know. I can find you one. We have a whole nother company that does it. It's a virtual assistant, which whatever that cost is, a couple $1,000s. And it is literally you going out there and sending an email or we call them generator emails, but sending an email or a post to people online that traditionally authors, by the way, because authors, if you go to Amazon.com, anybody who has reviews that are more than 60 reviews or more, they have an email list. The people that have like under 60 reviews, they don't have an email list. You're any industry, you're going to find people who have reviews on Amazon that have written books that have 200,000 reviews. Those people all have email lists. Kind of a little hack there, right? So the first thing is you want to make a decision. Do you want to do a one day where you just interview live all day, or do you want to do a 21 day and pre-record the interviews, or you could do them live too. The second thing is the key to all of this working is obviously you have to find influencers or authors that will mail, right? That's key. But the second thing is that you need to design an offer that is on this reporter model or after. So put on or after. Somebody put on, like make an offer on or after the actual interview series, that design an offer that fits the list. Okay, so this is confusing for a lot of people. So what if I have a coaching program or a course, or I sell real estate for a living? How do I redesign that? You ask the audience what it is that they are struggling with most. So I'm going to give you a quick email, write it down. I'm giving you lots of value here, hopefully, so you can tangibly go get a result. The email survey looks like this. We have another one that's multiple choice, that's more depth, but this one will get you rolling, okay? You send an email, subject line is something like, can I get your advice? People love to give you advice. Haven't you noticed in life? They love to give you advice. So ask them, can you give me some advice in this subject line? This is after the list has actually been built. Then what you want to do is you want to say, where are 3 areas, now think about your industry, 3 areas that you struggle with your weight, 3 areas that you struggle with social media, 3 areas that you struggle with your marriage. Where are 3 areas? So you want 3 areas that they struggle, 3 areas that they really feel like they're winning in the same area. Hit reply to this email. When they do that, you now have your survey. You look for a pattern, you design a better offer. Designing a better offer just means how you make an offer on your products and services. How you actually make that offer needs to be in empathy of what they're feeling right now. Quick example. When COVID happened and the world shut down, I no longer sold freedom, money, grit, any of that. I sold, you got to take action. You can't just sit in your house. You can't be fearful. You can't worry about your family 24/7. Like, you've got to get back into action because you're paralyzed. Paralyzed has no purpose. Paralyzed has no profits. You're either going to sink your family financially if you don't get back into action. So notice what I'm doing. I'm selling the action. I'm never selling a product. Somebody write this down. This will save you. Put it up on the wall. Always sell an emotion. Always sell an emotion. Never sell your product or service. So at the end of the day, the last thing I'd say on this is it's really important to have a reoccurring offer. Sorry for my messiness. A reoccurring offer. What I mean by that is it's great to sell things for $1,000, $3,000, $5,000. Fantastic. The problem is that you can't be in the sales cycle 24/7. I mean, you can when you build a team, right? So we recruit for our sales team every single week. Okay. And so what that does is allows me to keep building my list, to my text message and email list. And so my hat is one hat, right? And my sales team's hat is on selling the reoccurring offer. My marketing team is to ask constantly, what's the temperature of people? What are they feeling? Whatever they're feeling, the emotion, we spot the main pattern, boom, we sell the pattern. We sell the pattern through our marketing. Our marketing department is responsible for that. I'm just trying to show you that as you grow, you take off the marketing hat, you take off the sales hat, and you design a reoccurring offer. Because if you don't design a reoccurring offer, then the banks don't love you, and half of them are going out of business right now. The banks don't love you, so it's hard for you to get, small business loans. You got to think past your monthly revenue. You want to go get SBA loans; they're cheap. You don't want to grow at the level that you can generate income. You want to figure out like this model. Many of our clients on this model, they make anywhere between $3,000 and $35,000 on their VIP upgrade page after people register for this reporter model way of doing business, this interview series, right? And so I have clients who just make money on that every single month and they're happy, right? And then I have clients who make money on their thank you page, get their $10, $20, $30, $40,000. And then what they do is they go create a reoccurring offer off the back end and get free. The last thing I'd say, if you took everything away from me today, within the four months of me doing this model, I would do it immediately. I would do a one-day summit. I'd do a one-day summit and I'd be back in business I could do it in 2 weeks. And honestly, I say give yourself 60 days to learn how to do this right. But after you know how to do this, you can do it quickly. So I could do this in 2.5 weeks, which means that within 40 to 60 to 90 days, I'm back in the freedom zone. If I didn't know how to do this, I'd be scared. If I didn't know how to do this, I'd be scared. The only other thing that I would do is after I did this model, I would hire a sales team within 4 months of starting my business. That was the biggest mistake that I did, is I wore too many hats for too long and grew at the level that I could create income. All right, you guys, that's what I got for you. So I hope that was valuable.
Oh my gosh. I know it was valuable. I'm pulling Z up and seeing, we've been reading the comments. Make Shanda bigger and make Z and I smaller on the side. We're big inside, even if we go small. All right. We're almost there, team. There we go. Okay, awesome. So I know people are just loving this. And, you lead with transparency and generosity, which you can tell how that shows up in me saying, I'm going to show you, I'm bringing you my person, right? The model that you all stepped into. What do you want to do there? I'm going to let you, were you about to draw something? Go for it. Okay. I'm like, if something's coming through, I'll be quiet. Okay. Got it. So as part of our offer that people saw here, the Zone event is part of that. And so I want you to just say a little bit about what is going to happen at the Zone event. And you all can see why I get myself wherever Shanda is, virtually or in person. Anything you want to say about that?
So first of all, I'll share with you guys what we're doing at Zone Event. We haven't done Zone Event for 3.5 years because the world shut down, right? And so in mega event world, anything that starts hitting, 1,500, 2,000 people in a room, it starts to be considered a mega event. And so it wasn't easy to get back into rooms. And even when we started getting back into live events, it wasn't easy to get that event on the books. It's taken almost 2 years to get it on the books because the hotels have just been slammed with all of us that have big lists, big audiences that come, right? So we have this incredible pent up demand for this event. Not to mention I'm fired up to get out there as well. Everybody, I always have security around me. They're like, get out of the audience. I'm like, no way. I want to be with people. I want to be with flip charts. I got flip charts all around the room and I'm walking around and I want to go up to a flip chart and run a strategy, right? Because I've seen more people create millions by just getting clear, right? By just getting clear. So the whole theme of Zone Event this year, it's in Austin, Texas. I've never done an event out in Austin, Texas. So who are my Texas people? Put
right here, Dallas. Go ahead, yeah.
So we're excited to come to Austin, Texas and help that local market get up even more. And obviously the people from all around the world that will come to that. But the theme this year, I thought that was really important. Sure, I'm going to teach you how to get reliable marketing. Right? We do something called freedom funnels and like, I know my freedom funnel and I can turn that spigot on and I'm like, it has something called a 400% return on ad spend. Even if you're not running ads, it means that I'm making 400% on my money every single day. Right? And so if you think about that, the game starts to become, who can I borrow more money from? You know what I mean? Because you have I'll just pay you back at the end of the month. Do you know what I mean? And so that's a really cool place to go. And you never know how long something will last. And so you never take it for granted. You run as hard as you can. This safety game of growing slow is such a dangerous game because we don't know if we'll even have energy or heart left. Like, you know what I mean? Next year. And so I call it a runway. So I'll teach all the marketing and money. That's guaranteed. right? We have flip charts everywhere to run strategies. People walk out with strategies. They walk out with blueprints. All of that stuff is for sure. However, the part that is really unique, that I think is really unique, is that I don't know if you know that there's a coach by the name of Tim Grover. Have you ever heard of him?
I've heard of him, but
so he used to coach Kobe Bryant, unfortunately, not here anymore, but Michael Jordan, and he coaches a lot of CEOs. And the first thing he does before he ever coaches their business or their game on the court is he goes and he checks out their life. And so let's be really honest, y'all. How many of you guys have somebody in your life that triggers you?
oh yeah.
You feel either unsupported by them, there's energy that goes out towards them, and it's a weight, in your ecosystem. So the question is how well have you done getting that person on your team? Do they know where they fit in this game that you're playing? Or, are they holding on to the back of the ski boat? You know what I mean? Because every time you're around, it's like, right? And they're just like, or you've done things in the past that they just don't trust anymore. Right. And so there's some hurt feelings or some trauma. But my point is your atmosphere at home and in your life, your family, your friends. I just read the book, The One Thing. And in The One Thing, and I'm not having a conversation about obese people. Okay, that's not the conversation I'm having. It's if one of your very close friends becomes obese, you have 57% higher chance to become obese. Just take out the offense around weight, okay? Listen to that conversation. This is a Harvard school study, okay? And they found that in the study that this is why who you spend your time with matters. So what Tim would go in to do, he'd go in and he'd be like, what's going on in your home? What's going on with your friends? Who are you spending your time with? Who's in your head? Right? And who do you have some broken relationships with that are not working that you need to get into a 10 out of 10? Somebody put 10 out of 10, right? Somebody put 10 out of 10. You need to be committed to 10 out of 10 because you are sucking, it's like an anchor that's pulling, and it's not a slingshot that's going to go this way. It's going to keep getting heavier until you handle it and you lose years off your life. You lose years off your life. So Zone Event's going to handle your market. It's going to handle your money. Day one, we're going to work on getting your brain to make the hard decisions. My husband said he never wanted a Bible thumping wife. I'm so Bible thumping. No, my company is not Bible thumping. But I said, why do you care if I read Forbes magazine or I read the Bible? Like, I'm not telling you to read Forbes of the Bible. Like, I like this stuff. I get a lot from it. I like it. Right. And so that was a hard conversation. Right. Taxes, like just very hard to get ahead in some cities. I felt like when I'm cutting millions of dollars to the California government, I'm like, this isn't working for me. Like, this is not working for me. Like, this feels like you go invest in real estate. We bought land and we bought Oatly milk before it went public. And, you think you're getting ahead and then you get your tax bill. You're like, holy cow, I'm not getting ahead. Like, these things better hit it like big, it's like you're just penalized for being successful. And so, moving to Puerto Rico, my husband and I, neither of us had a desire at all. So we had to get ourselves to go for a week and look at homes, right? How do you enroll yourself to stop being resistant? So that's all day one. Like, I guarantee you I'm going to say everybody is not playing a big enough game. I guarantee you. If you are in the weeds, overwhelmed, or busy, you are not playing a big enough game. Because you will eliminate, read the book, The One Thing. Read the book, 10x is easier than 2x. You will eliminate the weeds. You eliminate 80% of what you focus on if your goal is big enough. And the how shows up immediately. That's why people who judge, like, so tired of these people who say, like, the how's not important. It's not. You're not playing big enough. And I'm sure the energy suck in your life is not helping, right? So we need to fix this. So day one is all about getting your head to be a legacy creator and stop being scared of it. Day two is all about marketing and money and the freedom funnels. You pick one. They're not all going to be applicable, but you pick one and hopefully you bring somebody with you, right? You pick one and you succeed at it and you can bank on that for the next couple of years. Your mind's clear. Go. right? And day 3 is all about that atmosphere. It's like, how do we expand faster and get an expander factor, an X factor happening? But we have to address the hard conversation. So we want to fuel you with the education to know how to land your communication with the people that really you either can't get away from them or you need to get away from them, right? And how do you have the courage to do that and know that you're making the right decision there? Make sense?
Yeah.
So good. So good. Shanda, I know that your time is scheduled and valuable. I just want to say I love you so much. I'm so grateful. So grateful for you in my world.
Tell me about the offer you made. What was the offer you made?
Do you want to bring it up, team? Bring up that offer for us. All right, so let's go past.
I love it.
Yeah. That was from the coaching with you guys and Ash and legacy. How do you build a legacy like Les Brown with your words, right? Let's go to the next slide. So it's the 2-day event in Atlanta, what the whole package is really built around. And that's in that intimate room, 120 people or less. We have a Real Housewife, Sherry of Atlanta. We have Les Brown.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
You know, my husband loves Les Brown. Like, he's one of those people, he's got something on his words that when he speaks, and some of the, like, there's people out there that are anointed and you want to be around them, right? There's people that are anointed. When they speak, there's something on their words that gets you to stand up and go. It's moments where you're sitting in the audience like Rachel Hollis was, and when I'm going to be up on that stage, it's like that moment of conviction that it drops in. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you that it goes back to that conversation around we're not hanging out with big enough people. And to get into an intimate room with Les Brown is an epic opportunity. And I don't mean this in any disrespect, but he's not getting any younger. This is the group that's passing the baton on to the next group. And if people are like, I'm going to receive that baton, Les, and I'm going to run with it, then you got to get mentored. These guys get mentored by the best of the best, and their mentors are gone now. And then they hold this wisdom, and this wisdom has to be passed on. And I'm telling you, you want to talk about mindset. Like I am so strong that there is absolutely no fear, self-doubt, or anything that's going to stop me. You get into a room with a man like that, and then you come with your book of action saying, I'm going to take action while he's talking versus I'm just going to listen and go home. I'm going to take action while he's talking. Why would you do that? Because you're high. Yeah. You're high on his wisdom. You're above your problems. I was losing 3 homes into foreclosure, listened to a man like Les Brown, and literally found $21,000 in 30 minutes to invest in a program that changed my life. That's when I got my confidence back. If I wouldn't have gotten into a room like this, I'm telling you, I would not be here today. So I just wanted to say that because, like, Adora, your connections and the people that you know is uncanny. But that man's got something on his words. Keep going. It's powerful.
And Shanda, I just want to jump in here. I would say you're one of the anointed as well.
I was about to say that, Z. Shanda Sumter is one of those anointed that's got something on her words. Yeah.
All 45 or all 15 minutes here were incredibly inspirational and dense and value packed. There's so many questions that I have still, and we're going to segue into another, but they're incredibly inspirational. Your words were magnetizing. And I know a lot of people, as they're listening, probably want to have more questions.
Yes. We're going to keep that going. Yes. Next slide. Show Shanda while we've got her, the Rich with Connections 5-day virtual camp by me, where I'm helping them look at where are their connections, teaching them exactly what I learned at Pat Summerall Productions and on the movie The Secret, and working with a designer that dressed Prince, and Katie, I got to dress Katie, like all of that most people, you already have the connections in your life and they're right there. And if you don't have them, as long as you have the vision and you can see the win-win, you can get through and create the connection that gives you that quantum leap. So that workshop is like all about that and diving in.
You have a superpower in that. You guys are like, I call Adora. I should actually have her teach me, because it's like, you know, your ability to be able to manifest that and it not be something esoteric that feels hard. It has a formula to it. And to learn that formula, again, is invaluable, especially if you're going to apply what I taught today. Do you know what I mean? Like one of those lists can one of those interviews could produce, 2,500 people on your list, 2,000 to 25 people on your list. Which if you took 2,000 people and you multiplied that by $15 a lead, that's a $30,000 interview for you. Not to mention what you can generate from that 2,000 person list. I'm telling you, a list of anywhere between 2,500 to 3,000, you can create $1 million business, right? But do you have the courage to get into a room like this, or is it too much work, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got to take yourself on.
All
I
right.
just have one more question before we close.
We're not
as I
closing
said,
yet. We're going through the
Okay,
offer. But
good.
goes and make
So
sure.
much foolishness already.
Okay. Okay.
So,
I'll give you
Shanda,
in a minute.
I honed in on a few things. And one of the things that I honed in is when you said, when you want to go to the next level, you want to clean your heart. Such an important and powerful thing. I would imagine is some of that is letting go or realizing who those triggers are and toxicity it is. But there, so much of us right now are right on the brink of going to the next level and maybe not understanding what that is. Can you expand on that?
I'll do that at Zone Event, you guys.
Awesome.
3 days, you'll be levitating in a good way.
Let's go to the next slide. Z, you just created tension of like people are waiting to hear the vibe jumping in there, but way to go. Okay, so Bill Walsh, I don't know if you know him, Shanda, but he does a wealth camp. And so it's 2 tickets to his wealth camp in Vegas for 2 people.
Yeah. Bill, I've known Bill. Well, I've been in Bill's space for quite some time especially when I was in Vegas, and he, that's a guy who knows how to create wealth. See that, like, this is the best of the best. This is like sitting at the table. And I'm not just saying that, you guys, like I can't get these guys, you know what I mean? Like Adora can, because she knows the formula, and I have not, well, you haven't had it till now. And I'm about as honest gets.
Yeah.
This is a really smart move for not only your mind, but also your wealth, but also learning how she does it. Because 1, 2, 3 relationships, you don't need 7 of them. 3 relationships, and it totally transforms. You take the model I taught and do a co-creation live stream instead of doing a full reporter model with 3 of them, and you're going to have a 10, 15,000 person list. I mean, you're in the multiple millions. You couple that with coming to our Zone Event, and we'll give you blueprints and marketing. You're good. Like, you're solid. You're solid. So sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, I love it. I want it. We're just going to record it and keep sending yours out. Okay, keep going. Yeah, and what is that? Yes. In Austin, which you guys, as soon as she put this event out, I booked myself, and I actually schedule my whole year. As soon as Shanda starts saying we're going to show up, we're doing this in Puerto Rico, I'm like, when are they doing it? I'm that annoying person that's like, I need to know, because I'm scheduling the rest. I'm scheduling even if I can coach an HCL based on what Shanda's dropping with Zone Event. So you want to be there. And
it's good. I cannot wait to get up on that stage. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be electric. Can I give one, like, kind of?
I give whatever you want.
Heaven story. When we booked this event, we're at the Fairmont Hotel, which, if you know about the Fairmont Hotel, it's 5-star. Like, I feel like there's like a heaven light all over this. It's 5-star hotel. We go to the Fairmont. We pay usually about $2,600 a night for a room. The event sales director is a fan of Hardcore's and of our company. And she literally cut a deal with us. So we have like a 2.5, 3-star price for the hotel. Wow. Right. So we will send you the link, Adora, to book the hotel for everybody who jumps into this offer today and handles your wealth, handles your mind, gets the wisdom of Les Brown. I think Les Brown is just like, that's just epic. He's like Tony Robbins. It's just in the essence of, he's actually better than Tony Robbins. Sorry, don't tell Tony that. But it's like, and the reason why he is because there's something soft and just remarkable on his words. And I keep saying that because I know that the man's not going to be here forever. And people will like talk about a legacy. That's a man that you're going to be listening to his work for generations and generations and generations, to be able to get into a room with them, to be able to, like, I don't know, buy a ticket for your best friend, like buy a ticket for your kid. Do you know what I mean? And put your kid in that room and have that, like, break generational curses and literally be able to amplify your legacy is just, those are just moments that I don't see the same. I don't see, like, in my generation, I don't see very many people who have that same anointing and blessing. And I just really encourage you guys to get uncomfortable if you're comfortable and go to it. I'll hook you up at Zone Event. It's November 28th, 29th, and 30th. It's the end of the year in Austin, Texas. I promise you I will over deliver and take care of your money and your mind and your life at the same time. But to come off him and have some momentum, it's just really powerful. It really is.
Yeah, and also that room and the 120 people, it's not just about being in that room and what you're going to receive, but I'm in there helping you utilize the room, actually getting connected. Our team, they're assigned to 5, 6, 7 of you and they know your applications, they know who you need to connect to, they know all of that. So it's everything that you're saying on top of the collaborations you leave with, the partners, the relationships, the leaps. And then Shanda, like I said, I schedule my whole life around what she has going on, especially when it's live. And so get in there. You'll be right there with the best of the best, getting the exact training,
Well, here's what I'll do. I'll upgrade this general ticket to a diamond ticket, which means you sit at the front of the room. You've got your own table. You got early entrance, and you get the meet and mingle because, we got dogs now. We get the meet and mingle. So the night before, we'll have a party. So everybody who jumps in, everybody who's already jumped in, you got that. But if you jump in the next 15 minutes, because you already know if you want to do it. So if you jump in the next 15 minutes, Adora, you just tell our team what it is. I'll upgrade you to an $800 ticket. It's a diamond ticket. You get a meet and mingle. So you'll get to meet me. You'll get to, Adora will be there. But it actually kind of fits in nicely with what you're going to train around how to actually build that core group of influencers. I mean, I have clients that we've taken to $1 million a month in 35 days. Right? I have clients that came at $20,000. It's not an income claim because I can't give it. But clients that have come at $20,000, 3 years later doing $250,000 a month. But you know what's even more powerful is that client that I'm thinking of, she finally has a CFO because she can hire a CFO that knows more than her about money. Well, that CFO told her that she couldn't invest more money because we pay ourselves first before we pay our bills. And her CFO said, that doesn't make sense. Your company's not doing that. She's doing $250,000 to $300,000 a month, but you can't put the amount you want in that slush fund. She called me up and I said, don't listen to your CFO. He works for you. I was like, you go prove him wrong. You ask him what you need to create in the company to be able to slush that away. And then you go do it. Right. And she did it. Right. She did. First 2 months, it was stretchy because she has to do that every month. And now it's in her wheelhouse. So let's make hard normal. Right. Let's get hard into normal and experience more of life. The only thing we're going to regret is we didn't play big enough. That's what we're going to regret. And playing big enough means you don't neglect your family. You don't neglect your fitness. I'm doing 75 hard right now, which means I'm working out twice a day. No alcohol. I could use a drink here and there, a glass of wine at least, but no alcohol, reading 10 pages a day, 2 workouts a day. And it's actually become normal now. Now it's just, and so I threw like a 7-day fermented cleanse on top of it and had to take something every 30 minutes. I only sharing this with you because it's actually doing the hard things that actually moves you faster. Everybody wants to move faster. They're like, I'm not where I'm supposed to be at this time in my life. I'm like, I can trace it back to the fact that you didn't have a value, right? You held your worthiness down. You suppressed yourself, right? Thinking that, well, I haven't hit that big goal, so I'm just going to do a 2x thinking and just inch it up a little bit. I'm telling you, 10x really is easier than 2x. It really is. And this type of bundle is not something you'll ever get again. You're never. This truly is a once in a lifetime, and you all know it because you won't get this again. How do you put Bill Walsh, Les Brown, myself, Adora all into a box and shake it?
And there's one more. Show them one more. 100K in 100 days. Another one. Go past that Pass the
Oh,
buck
I'm
to
a
Rob
success
Cosgrove.
story. I'm a success story of Rob's. I was just text messaging him the other day.
You were? Well, awesome. I told him about your event in August and he was like, I love Shanda. I'm on it. Okay. So we've got that. Keep going. He's in the Austin event. I mean, our Atlanta event. The first 10 get to go to Ken Jocelyn's. It's a $500 ticket here in Dallas, end of July. Brendan Burchard, Randy Garn, Vic Keller, Gary Brecka. Outrageous. So you just added all your friends. Yes, you just added. Well, let's talk about connection. I went to Puerto Rico, Kim and Tom, who I love, who met Shanda separate. They knew her separately. I was already in Shanda's ecosystem. I was already in Kim and Tom's ecosystem. Came to Puerto Rico, went to church with you guys, met Brent Gove. Brent Gove loved Dennis Waitley. So we take a picture together. Then we do a mastermind in La Jolla with Brent Gove's people. Brent Gove says you need to meet Ken. Yeah, because Dennis was the first one to touch Brent Gove's entrepreneurial heart at 18. And he was like, take a picture and tell him. And I was like, no, I'll put you on a Zoom. So he flew 20 people into La Jolla, just us and Dennis. And Ken was one of them. And then Ken and I became really good friends. He's like, you're like me, you're a woman like me. I've never met, we're the same heart. And now Ken, so look at that full circle of association and like following inklings.
What I love about this is all high touch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because how many of you guys know when you get a home study program, you don't finish it? I mean, there might be a rare bird in here that does. You are a rare bird, right? People don't do it. They don't finish it. Why? Because there's no accountability to it, right? So this is filled with accountability because you're actually getting to be with people. This is what I mean by spotting patterns, both in your marketing to be able to sell emotions and help people actually get what they want and have the courage to get what they want, but it's also for yourself. You gotta be able to spot the patterns. That's how you know you're making a good decision. So accountability is I think I've probably talked about accountability so much over the last 3 months because I've realized like, what can I give people more of? And I'm like, shit, like they need accountability. They need to follow through. And it's much easier to follow through when you build a network of people who are ballers and they follow through. Look at how quick Adora became friends with these people. Brett Grove, by the way, is supposed to be coming to come visit me. He's on the other side of the island, so I need to call him today.
I love it. Last one, you wait till you see the prize. We'll go fast, and that way we can let Shanda go. This is the legacy shirt because a third of all the profits here are going to the harbor in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They rehab, rescue, house children from sex trafficking.
Wow.
And they close at 9 p.m. We're looking to keep them open 24/7 for an entire year. And it's a $150,000 raise, right? So we've been at this since December, and this is our go at that. Your name goes on this legacy shirt that all these celebrities are honored to wear, to sport, and all of that. So you get the shirt, the hoodie, and the poster.
So incredible.
And the whole package is $2,500. Can you believe that?
That's cheap.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are insane if you don't. That's just cheap.
I know.
That's
I
great.
know.
I mean, that's called a hookup. That's a hookup. That is a hookup. $2,500. That is a hookup. That's incredible. All
Well,
right.
and I learned from you. I learned that from you to be thinking, how can I hook them up? How can I hook them up? How can I hook them up?
That's so good. So where'd they go? AccelerateMyLegacy.com.
Yes.
I just saw it across the bottom of the screen. AccelerateMyLegacy.com. So good. Well, you guys, it was an honor for me to be here. I hope you guys take action on this. I think that's an incredible offer and it's filled with accountability. So if you're someone who doesn't follow through or you wish you were further than you are now, I had to get out of my house to be able to be with these type of people, to be able to win. And I'll tell you, I said to Ash just the other day, I said, we got to watch that we don't get too comfortable in our place because you've got to get out and be with people because those conversations are so rich. And it's one conversation. I had one conversation on the beach here with Sarah Blakely, who started Spanx. And I know her husband. And I know her too, but I did an event with her husband, and I was sitting on the beach with her, and she goes, "How you doing, Shannon?" And I go, "I think I'm going to hire a CEO for my company because I'm in the weeds." And she started to laugh, and she goes, "If you're in the weeds, you're doing the role of CEO wrong. You should only ever be talking to 2 people in your company, and that's it." And she goes, and that was that one conversation. Within 60 days, I completely changed how I was operating. I became this person. I was like, I'm going to train this once. We're going to record it. You make it a playbook, and then I never come back here again. You guys are good. So I'm able to put my culture, my touch, and my heart over hardcore business in all of the departments, but not have to be the person that gets pulled back into the weeds anywhere. And so I just share with you, it's just one conversation that can change everything for you. And most of us are not hanging out with people that have a high enough viewpoint in life that conversation is going to do anything but just inch you or be, oh yeah, I should do that. Like you need somebody of great influence with great weight on their words, right? Great weight on their words, that when they speak, somehow it gets past the spiritual warfare, drops, and it's like there. And by the way, God uses broken people. He uses Christians, Catholics, Jewish, New Age. He uses them all. Do you know what I mean? And so let's stop the segregation out in the world. I'm Christian. I think that's the way to go. You know what I mean? Dora knows that. That's why I got her little tushy in church when she came to me. I'm bullish on scripture. I'm bullish, right? However, I 100% am not pompous to think that God only uses Christians. Do you get what I'm saying? So we need to open up. We need to pay attention. You need to realize when you get that knock on the door, like an offer like this is an unbelievable offer, right? Especially if that was a stretch financially for $2,500. That's a freaking problem. That you should be alarmed by that. And you should say, you know what? That fear is not going to dominate me anymore. I can handle $2,500. I'm going to find $2,500 right now. Somebody has $2,500, right? Like I got points on a credit card somewhere, or somebody's got points on a credit card somewhere. Like you need to start thinking like that, because as you get above the problem, you get altitude. I'm not insinuating anybody's in that situation. I'm just giving an example of when you want something and you don't do it, you create a crutch, an anchor, a ceiling in the atmosphere of your life, and a miracle's trying to get in, and you're saying, not yet. Yet. And you got to stop that. So go to acceleratemylegacy.com and be smart. And I can't wait to see you at a diamond seat at Zone event.
Thank you so much, Shanda. I love you. I appreciate you. We're going to send that, just cut that up and send it out everywhere. Everyone. Yeah. Thank you so much. You're amazing. And I know you guys got so much value here. Imagine 3 days in a room with her, and she will not let you hide. So you're going to, what she said about handling your mind, your money, your atmosphere, it is done. And then imagine all that you will have opened along the way. And you'll get her free gift to RSV for SOD, Shanda On Demand. Have her every Monday in your ear. All right, Shanda. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. See what I'm
powerful.
saying? You see what I'm saying? Holy Spirit activated.
Yes, it was incredibly powerful. How many of you guys are energized, just listening, energized, and want to move forward, action oriented? It's I'm certainly feeling that vibe right now.
Yeah. Awesome. And those of you got half of it saved. Yep. All right. Well, Darlene, you messaged me. So we see that. Let's come back. We'll break it up in a payment plan. Because you were bold and vulnerable and you said out loud like what you have, we're going to work on that. All right. We'll break it up for you in a payment plan. I know you've been in the eco spirit I'm reading that. I love the Holy Spirit. You've been in the ecosystem here for a while. Okay. So we're going to get you hooked up. We'll get a payment plan with the team on the page and make sure you're there, and we'll get to meet in person. All right. So we have our next guest. I'm super fired up too. Yeah, you don't have to be in a business. Let me answer this. You don't have to be in a business to get in that room, because Brenda, if you're feeling a calling and you're feeling the people, and I don't know if I'm going to send you a picture of Shanda's hair because I don't have it, but we can find a picture of Shanda's hair and send it to you, Brenda. Or you could go in person and take a picture of her hair. I know you want the hairstyle sooner. But if you're feeling a calling to the environment, to the people, trust yourself and follow. It's not just for business people. It markets to people who are in business, but that also may be something that's wanting to be birthed in you. All right. Okay. All right. So up next, we have a love and relationship expert. And Jamie, I'm so in that vibe that I'm don't have your bio in front of me so we can jam. But I know that when we're thinking of businesses, just like Shanda just said, our personal life and the coach that coached Michael Jordan and all of those other great athletes goes into the atmosphere of what's going on in their home life, right? And so especially as an entrepreneur, if you are married and your spouse doesn't understand what you're trying to create, what you're spending money on, why you want to invest, or you're going through a divorce, or you're putting off, fixing that later until you have the money and the time to take a vacation, or if you're single and you're longing for relationship and you're feeling like, oh, because I'm a boss person or I'm in hustle mode, I don't have time for that. I intimidate men. I've heard that a lot around my powerful women friends, right? Or, people just don't get me or whatever. I don't have, maybe later. Relationship is so key to the atmosphere that you have out and your total well-being. Even if you're single and like YOLO, I'm going to be single forever. We are going to get to dive into how you relate to people in general. But I really wanted Jamie to talk about relationship for business people, for entrepreneurs, for dating, single. So when she comes on, even though she's going to present for a while and then we're going to pop up, I want you to put things in the comment. Even start now. Are you single? Are you married? Single, ready to mingle? This can be your opportunity to find your soulmate. You never know. But put in the comments, are you single, married? What is that? It's complicated. Whatever your thing is, that way Jamie knows who we're talking to. But let's see a little something in the chatter. I'm not bringing her up yet. Okay, Jamie is absolutely awesome. Glad she's part of the dialogue. Relationships are essential. I need a little more love of, are we single? We married? It's complicated. Jamie's sitting back there drinking her water, getting hydrated in the green room.
Just getting ready to share with everybody. So
married, found the best partner ever, encouraged me to start my business, divorced for 11 years. Time to figure it out, Brad Dixon. You did the self-work. It's time to figure it out. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to bring up, I'm saying Jamie, but you pronounce it differently, right?
No, Jamie.
Okay, great.
All the way around.
Awesome.
Yes. Well, actually, in French, it is j'aime, which means I love. So it's kind of meant to be that it's my name. But
yeah,
I am Jamie.
That's great.
Yeah. Well, I love, and of course, you're in the love business. Isn't that powerful and profound? We're going to remove ourselves because I understand you're going to present for a while. Call us if you need us for anything, and we'll be right up. Okay,
wonderful. Thank you so much. So I just want to do a little intro about myself. I have been a relationship therapist for 20 years, and I absolutely love what I do. I work with singles, couples, breakups, and divorces. I have a show called Love Talk Live on LA Talk Radio. And I just wrote a book called Manifesting, a step-by-step guide to attracting the love that's meant for you. So this is my world. This is my life. However, I also do talk about manifesting in general. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about courageously manifesting, but I'm also going to be relating it to relationships and why it's so important to be happy in your relationships or in your single life as you're doing all this entrepreneurship work. So I put together 10 concepts that help you with courageously manifesting. And this is manifesting anything. Like I said, if for some reason you are doing well in your business already and you want to manifest a relationship, or you want to manifest a more abundance in your business, and so but you need to make your relationship better, all this is going to help you. So you can relate all these concepts to everything and anything. So the first one is, it's really important to know your why. And this is important because as you are on your journey of growing a business, growing a relationship, whatever it is, you're going to have some no's. You're going to have some discouragement, as we all know. So it's really important to establish, what is my why? Why am I doing this? What is my intention? And for me, I wrote this book, and it was like a 5-year journey. And I had to keep coming back to, why am I doing this? So that's just my little example of my recent experience of going through, what is my why? And my whole business in general, I have built over a long period of time, and I have to keep coming back to, what is my why? My why is, I want to change people's lives, and I know that I can. And so we're going to get into the confidence part right now. Okay. So tip number 2, you need to shift your negative narratives and your limiting beliefs into, you're not shifting negative to positive, you're shifting negative into the truth. So for example, and this is something that you can do right now if you want to write something down, what is the story you're telling yourself? Whether it's, if you want to manifest a relationship, you want to manifest a job. Some people's stories are, I'm not good enough, I'm not capable, I'm not worthy. So when I say shifting from the negative into the truth, you ask yourself, what is this negative narrative? Let's go with, I'm not good enough. I forgive myself. You put your hand on your heart. I forgive myself for buying into the misbelief that I'm not good enough. What is the truth? So with my clients, I always say, what is the truth? Well, you can do this with yourself in line at Starbucks or wherever you are. What is the truth? The truth is, I am good enough. I am worthy. So once again, you're shifting, you're identifying the negative narrative, which, where did they come from? They could have come from the sandbox in 7th grade. They could have come from, sorry, not sandbox in 7th grade, the sandbox. They could have come from somebody in 7th grade who said something to you. They could have come from an ex relationship. They could have come from a coworker. These negative narratives are things that we buy into that are not true. So we are shifting from the negative to what is the truth. And the crazy thing is that our negative narratives come from here, which is our ego, which is fear and lies. And we need to drop from our head into our heart to know the truth. So take a moment. You don't have to do this right now if you'd like to. Take a moment, think about, what is that negative narrative I'm telling myself that's preventing me, that's holding me back from everything that is out there that's already waiting for me. Drop from your head to your heart and say what the truth is. And I really want you to take this exercise and utilize it in your life. It's been life-changing for me. I learned this years ago, and it's been life-changing for all of my clients. Sometimes they'll text me and they'll say, oh, I just did this compassionate self-forgiveness, because the truth is that anything that you are wanting to manifest, it can shift. So you can utilize this for any limiting belief and any negative narrative that pops up. Okay, so next one. And we're getting into the relationship stuff now. So the third concept is to unconditionally love yourself. Now, if you're thinking, okay, why is that important for business? It's definitely important for relationships, but why is that important for business? Relationships are business. Our outside experiences are a reflection of our inner reality. So that means whatever is going on inside of us, we are constantly co-creating with the universe. We are constantly manifesting everything on the outside, positive and negative. So we want to be unconditionally loving ourselves. That means we don't judge ourselves. We have forgiven ourselves and everyone else in our life for everything, everyone, ourselves, and everybody has always been doing the best that we can. So we are showing up as our authentic self. We have gotten past the barriers, like unresolved issues, like those limiting beliefs that have prevented us from connecting with our our authentic self. And once again, this helps with attracting abundance and attracting and manifesting whatever you want to manifest in your business, and then also whatever you want to manifest in your love life. So you need to unconditionally love yourself. Reach out to me. Happy to help you do this work. I have a certain amount of time here, so I'm going to move on. Okay, so number 4 is cultivating happiness in your life. Kind of like the loving yourself, but I'm just going to talk about singles and then couples. So if you are single, I want you to accept that fact versus resist it, because the universe gives us what we focus on. So if you're focused on the fear that you're not going to find somebody, it's just going to take over your life. It's going to take over your business, and that's what you're going to be focused on, versus focused on being present and accepting what is. That will help you bring in more business and the relationship that is just waiting for you. Now, if you're in a relationship, I can't express enough how important it is to be happy and feeling joy and peace in your relationship. Whatever you're feeling at home will reflect everything outside of your home. And I know a lot of people work from home and do Zoom, but you know what I mean. It is crucial. Love is why we live. Love, relationships. If you're not happy at home in your relationship or being single, it's going to reflect everything. So I want you to do whatever it takes to, hey, if you're in a relationship and you're not happy, do whatever you need to do to find the relationship that makes you happy. Or if you're in a relationship that could use some work, do the work to make it better. If you're single and, like I said, you are kind of in negative mode or victim mode, this sucks, shift it around and use that compassionate self-forgiveness that I talked about before. Okay, next step is to visualize. Once again, whether you're visualizing a relationship or a business, you need to visualize it, you need to see it, and you need to believe it. Now, for this step, I have something called an ideal scene. Once again, reach out to me with any questions. My website is therelationshipexpert.com. If you have any questions, I'm going really fast, I know. Anyhow, all of this is talked about on my website, on my Instagram, but it's really important to visualize. So the ideal scene, you have a piece of paper. In the middle of the piece of paper, it says, I am. And then you put sentences all the way around the heart. So there's a heart that says, I am. For instance, as if it's happening now. I am so grateful that I have manifested this business that is bringing me so much abundance, and it comes in overflowing every day. Let's say your ideal scene is for your relationship. I am so grateful that I found the man that loves me and sees me for everything that I am. Whatever your ideal scene is, you make sentences all the way around the heart. And this is called an ideal scene. This is a process that I want you to do. Feel free to reach out to me once again to tell me how it goes, because the crazy thing about ideal scenes is that they come true. I call it like a vision board on steroids. So you want to be specific. And the cool thing about visualization is that if you're living as if it's happening now, because I want you to look at this and then live as if it's happening now. The crazy thing is that our brains don't know the difference between the past and the future and the present. So if you're in the past, that is depression. If you're in the future, that is anxiety. So you want to be present. And my clients are always like, I don't understand because you're talking about the future, but it is the present. So it's a little hard to explain. However, trust me. And what I'm saying is, if you are living in the past, your brain's going to keep you there. And if you're living in the future with fear, your brain's going to keep you there. So you're in the present, but living as if it's happening now. Okay, I'm going to move on. So the next step is to cultivate a stronger intuition. And once again, this works for manifesting abundance in your business and also manifesting a better relationship or manifesting a relationship. This is my favorite topic to talk about. It has changed my life and has changed the lives of the thousands of people that I have worked with. Intuition is not a woo-woo thing. I mean, it can be, but it's not. Intuition to me is connecting with yourself. seeing a red flag and following it, seeing a green flag and saying, this is a sacred yes, this is a yes. When we feel like something is a yes, it feels very different. So as you're going on your business journey or your relationship journey, if something feels off or not right, that is a no. If there's doubt, that's a no. But I want you to trust yourself. You don't have to ask a million people what you should do. I want you to trust yourself. And people wonder, okay, how do I cultivate my intuition? Read my book, it's in there, or look at all my Instagram reels and stuff on my website, or contact me. It's really not hard. We are all born with an intuition. And I would say to start with, just start being conscious all day, every day. It's all about decisions. Is this, like I said, is this a yes or a no? So I want you to start to think about these things that you're constantly deciding. And I want you to start getting in touch with, how does this feel in my body? Because a lot of times we will feel something in our stomach or something in our chest, a bad feeling, and that's a no. We need to trust that and follow it. So once again, huge topic on my show. We can talk about this for an hour sometimes. And I write about this all the time in articles. And so intuition, huge topic. I made it really, really short. So I'm just going to leave that there, drop that right there. But if you have questions after, and I'm also doing the VIP. Okay, we're almost done. So hopefully that will give us extra time for VIP. Number 7 is have no attachment to the outcome. And when I learned this, I was shocked. Because as a human, I was thinking, what do you mean have no attachment to the outcome? I know what I want. But what I learned is that the universe gives us what we need, not necessarily what we want. It knows better. So for us to put it out there, set our intentions, but then to say, I trust you and I'm going to have no attachment to the outcome. And this works, once again, with dating and relationships and also with business. Because let's say there's a deal you want to make or a date that you want to work out. If you go in with no expectations, with pure peace and neutrality, trusting this or something better for the highest good of all concerned, and I trust that whatever's supposed to happen is going to happen, you will see that there will be the outcome that is meant to be, and you need to trust that. So whether it's a positive or a negative outcome in your eyes, I want you to trust that. And you've heard this over and over. One door closes, another one opens. Trust the flow of life, because when you have no attachment to the outcome, you will see that you will be able to relax. The weight has lifted off of your shoulders and you are in the flow of life. Okay, finally, we're almost done. You need to build community. And I was listening to the interview and the discussion before this, and you guys were talking about community. This is really, really important. If you think about the most successful people in this world, like the Bill Gates or the Oprahs of the world, nobody did this by themselves. And I love how, Adora, you were talking about how you went to this lunch and one conversation can change your life. And I've seen this in my life and I've seen this with my clients' lives. Absolutely. I don't want you to hold yourself back. I want you to use your beautiful voice and ask for that lunch meeting or talk to that person that's done it before you. Build your community. Your network is your net worth is your network. Your network is your net worth. So sounds cliche again, but it is very, very true. Surround yourself with people that inspire you. And I know you guys were just talking about that, so I will move on to the next thing, which is, maybe you guys have heard this, thoughts become things. I know this is, a lot of people here are very spiritual, so you might have heard this already. You might hear this again, but you'll hear it from me for the first time, which is that it is so, so true that whatever you think, you can manifest. So if, once again, it's kind of going back to the compassionate self-forgiveness, the negative narratives. If you are constantly telling yourself, oh, this can't happen, why would this happen for me? Then that's what's going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's going to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Versus, I see this happening. I see this relationship happening. I see this business happening. I see myself on stages. Were you going to say something?
Oh yeah. Well, I just see we have. I was just coming on because I know we're wrapping. Yeah,
Oh.
so we're just with you. Yeah, because we have our next guest. But so this is how we ease in: is we bring ourselves onto the stage. It's all good. But go ahead, please complete your thought. I know it's like
Okay.
what's going on?
So the last thing I was going to say was it's really important to take action because spirit meets us at our points of action. So don't just stay at home, get out in the world. I know you guys were talking about that before, and take action, because if you don't take action, nothing's going to happen.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. I see all the comments. It's not good when you don't trust your intuition, and people, are responding to what you're saying. So those of you that are in that manifesting place, you definitely want to grab her book, and you definitely want to follow Jamie, I was about to say Jamie, on Instagram and on her blogs. She said she's talking about these things all the time. Relationship and visualization and seeing the vision that you want, that comes across in birthing the next vision of your home, your atmosphere, your health, and knowing how to. There are lots of people here that have manifested many things, but they haven't manifested their partner. And so I love that you are a stand for love. You're a stand for people having their perfect vision of that. And those of you that are wanting to go deeper, you definitely remember we're going to send these gifts out at the end of the day, but the form is also there in chat. And the name of the book is Manifesting. Brad, there it is.
However, this can be for manifesting anything, like I said.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jamie. We appreciate you, and we'll definitely have you on again. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Jamie.
Awesome. Okay, Z, I know you're co-piloting here and learning as we go, and you'll see me jump in.
Yeah.
Great vibes.
A lot of what Jamie said was very simple. It seems like it's very simple, very elegant, but the real hard part is consistency with it. The simple things are the most effective things. So really powerful stuff on what Jamie had talked about.
Oh my gosh, I have to get on my feet for this guy. I just can't even take it. But you know what's happening is it's a motorized desk. So it's like I have to move with it, or I'm going to show you my waistline. And there's a little it's fun, right? Okay, so you all just were given so much value, both with Jamie and right before Shanda Sumter, my dear friend, mentor, all that. We laid out the offer, all the offer stack, and you heard the story of me going to Puerto Rico, meeting with my friends Tom and Kim, and going to church with Shanda, meeting Brent Gove, then doing a Dennis Waitley mastermind, Ken Jocelyn coming to that. Several of you already bought your tickets and took that fast action on the first 10, get to go to Create Dallas. Well, I need to give you a little more context about Ken. So Ken is a former pastor, which we're going to dial into. And I freaking love people that have that ministry. I love pastors. I love cops. I love pastors. I love people with a heart for ministry and a heart for service.
Yes.
And moved into business. And what was crazy is while the things that I heard is like, hey, this guy does masterminds with like Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, Ed Milet, John Maxwell. These are the people speaking at his events. When we met, there was that kind of kindred spirit. And this kind of like we move and operate in life in a lot of similar ways, even though we're very different. And his hairstyle is different than mine. Probably a little more maintenance to his hair. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm so excited to bring him up to talk about wanting something for someone instead of from someone. And let's go ahead and add now my dear friend, Ken Jocelyn. Oh, I forgot to say, and those of you that acted on the bonus, this is his event coming up here in Dallas that I'll be at for a day. Hey, welcome.
How are you doing, girl? That's a great introduction. not quite sure how I follow that up. I missed Shanda earlier. You guys have caught me in wine country. I'm in Northern California for the next few days. It's been an unbelievable a week on the road, and I've got another week or so here, and then in Costa Rica, and then back to Birmingham for a couple of days before Dallas and Create.
Fantastic.
Well, awesome. Well, thank you so much. So, Ken, do you want us to let you run, or would you like us to interview you?
No, we can do whatever. How about we do a little bit of both? Well, I mean, you tell me what you think is best.
Well, that's what I
your
want. I
audience
want to
and where
let
you're
you
at.
be. You just said both. We're going to go with that. I'm going to let
Yeah.
you unleash and speak from your
Yeah.
own heart. I know
Yeah.
that you've got years of experience. And then you call us up if you need anything. I'll come toward the end to ask some questions.
Yeah. How long do I have? Like an hour and a half? 2 hours?
Yeah. We got about 33 minutes.
Listen,
Not
I'm
to
not
be
even going to take
exact.
that. I'm not even
Yeah.
going to take that long. Honored, number one, to be here. Adora Z, good to see you, man. As long as you don't have Greg Reed sneaking in the background to come on here and get me like you got me last time, we'll be good to go. Well, guys, listen, I'm honored, number one, to be here. My name's Ken Jocelyn. I get the unbelievable privilege to hang around amazing people like Adora, like my good friend Les Brown. Shanda was on here earlier. Guys, I get up every single day. I literally get up every day and I pinch myself because I get to live the life that I live. And it's not just all about revenue. It's the relationships and the people that I have in my life. And the speaker before, she even mentioned about the relationships. And I want to talk about a couple of things. And she just said it. It's the talk I give everywhere. I've given this talk for Grant Cardone. I've given it at the Undercover Billionaire Boot Camp. I do it at Create every time we get together. I've done it literally everywhere across the country. And that is because one of the main questions I get from people is, Ken, how do you have such amazing friends? Like, how do you get around some of the people that you get around? Like Shanda, I will listen. Outside of Randy Garn, for those of you guys that know Randy, he's one of my dear friends, texting back and forth. This morning, he's hanging out with good friends John and Catherine Gordon this week. A lot of guys at an event, and Randy will be with us in a couple weeks. And Randy's a New York Times bestselling author, runs his own VC firm in Salt Lake City, sits on the board with Tony Robbins, best friends with Dean Graziosi, partners with Brendan Burchard. That in and of itself tells you what kind of man that Randy is. And Randy's the most connected man I know. I'm connected. Randy makes me look like I'm a hermit in some cave in the middle of nowhere. That's how many people he knows. Well, I brought that up because that is how connected Adora is. Adora is, we kid each other all the time because we're super close. She's the female version of me. I know she was talking about my hair. My hair is way easier to take care of and maintain. She's like, Ken and I are very different. I'm like, yeah, you're good looking and I'm not. But anyway, people ask me all the time, guys. They say, Ken, how in the world do you get around the people that you get around? We just did our Create conference in Atlanta in January. It's the #1 faith-based entrepreneur conference in the world. We have several hundred people that came to Atlanta in January. My good friend, Dr. John Maxwell, who's been a friend for 20 years, always opens up my Create conference. My friend Ed Milet was there. Just some amazing, amazing people. Spoke at Create, Randy Garn, Anthony Trucks, Carlos Reyes, Amberly Lago, Gary Brecka, partners with Grant Cardone and 10X Health System. I mean, Brent Gove, one of the top people at EXP. I was just with Brent at his build event in San Antonio at the JW Marriott Resort there in San Antonio. And 3,500, 4,000 people. Tony Robbins was there last year for that event that he did. I'm talking about some of the most successful entrepreneurs, business owners. Vic Keller, one of my dear friends, who had 11 companies successfully acquired from Warren Buffett for an undisclosed amount of money, which I'll tell you was several billion. And then he served as the CEO for Berkshire Hathaway Automotive for as he affectionately calls him, Mr. B, for 3 years. He took it from an $8 billion a year company to an $11 billion a year company. Unbelievable business mind. He owns 17 companies. He chairs 9 of those now, including Christensen Arms, the top sporting rifle manufacturer in the world. Cantoni Furniture. I could just sit here and go on and on and on and on and on and on about the amazing, not just entrepreneurs, but the amazing human beings that I get to spend time with. This week at Build, for those of you guys that know Gary Brecka, Gary and Sage are part of our mastermind. They'll be with us in Dallas. Gary's the top biohacker literally in the world. When we did our mastermind back in November, Gary had something come up, couldn't make it in person. So he actually zoomed in to do his session. Gary actually does 2 sessions in our private mastermind, about 40, 50 people in that mastermind. And Gary zooms in from Vegas, from his office at UFC headquarters. Well, who pops on with Gary to speak to our mastermind for about 5 to 10 minutes? Dana White. Yep, you guessed it, the CEO for UFC. Dana pops on and just shares a little bit of his story, kind of what's going on. Guys, I'm telling you, you literally can have the type of relationships that I have. You can have the types of relationships that Shanda Sumter and Ash, her husband, and Adora have. The types of relationships that Les has built over the years. And there are 2 keys to being, and I'm not going to say successful, I'll say significant. That was the theme of my first book I wrote, Significance is Greater Than Success. There are 2 things you need to be able to, and I know you're on here, you're looking for answers, you're wanting to get like charged and get plugged up, and you're like, Ken, say something that's going to get me fired up. I promise you, if you'll take this information I'm going to give you today, it'll change your life. It will absolutely change your life in a matter of 60 to 90 days. You'll look up in 3 months and 6 months and a year, and you'll look back and you won't even recognize who you are, and you will not recognize the people that are around you. Here's the deal. The number one thing I talk about, Adora mentioned it. Mike, what's up? Adora, thanks for the comment, is this. Great leaders want something for people, not from people. Great leaders want something for people, not from people. I want you to write that down. Every single one of us, here's my phone sitting right here. Every single one of us, we have an iPhone. Who's on this? This is my 3 babies from Father's Day. Look, give me side eye at the movie theater. Every single one of us, we have a phone. And when somebody calls our phone, we have one of 2 reactions, right? We pick it up and we look and we go, oh, it's Adora. Oh, it's Gary Brecka. Oh, it's Brent Gove. Oh, it's Vic Keller. Oh, it's Amberly Lago. You get so excited to answer those phone calls. And then there's sometimes you look at it and you go, oh, so-and-so. And you literally take your phone, you put it face down and you drop it. You hit voicemail, send to voicemail, and you literally put your phone face down. And every single one of you guys out there today, you know which kind of person you are. When you call somebody, are they excited to connect with you? When you call somebody, are they excited to be able to be in proximity with you? This week I was at Build with Brent. Gary spoke the first or second day. And so Gary's in town. Sage came in the next day, his wife. And so Gary and I worked out 3 days in a row. We hung out pretty much the entire time. And we're just hanging out and spending time with each other. When you're in the gym, the 2 of us are in the gym at the resort there at the JW Marriott in San Antonio. Like, everybody comes and talks to us. And so it's hard to work out because we're hanging out, we're talking, and we're doing life together. And he's sharing with me just all the amazing people that he's working with and the stories and the tests. I'm one of them. So if you haven't done 10 Excel systems and Gary's genetic test, number one, you can go get it online, or you can come to my conference. You can actually, but just watching Gary and watching the people that I get to spend time with. Last year, when Gary spoke at Build, right before Tony Robbins came on stage, Gary was right before him and Dean Graziosi. At the end of every talk that Gary does, he asks people this question. He goes, I'm going to spend the last 10 minutes and I'm going to go through symptoms. I'm going to go through, chronic illnesses, diseases, all these things. There was a guy that stood up in the front row, Dave Gagnon. He's an agent with EXP, ton of people in his organization doing very well financially. I'll never forget, I'm sitting in the front row. My best friend, Master Jeff, is sitting on my left. Gary and Sage, well, he's up on stage now, but Gary and Sage, Dean Graziosi, Randy Garn, Brent and Kathy Govich, Brent's event, and then the 2 billionaire Glens. Glenn Sanford, he's a CEO for EXP, and then Glenn Sturge from the mortgage guy who also did the Undercover Billionaire TV show. And we're sitting there, and I'm watching Gary up on stage with a compassion and a care for people, which makes him relate and do what he's able to do. And he's going through all these symptoms with people. And if you've seen Gary speak in the past, You watch him do this. Well, this guy stood up. He's on the front row, and he's all the way over to my right-hand side on the far side. And there's 4,500 people here. And the guy gets up and he goes, I just got diagnosed with cancer this week. Literally, the doctor called me yesterday while I was here at this event to tell me that I have got cancer. And here's the thing with people that I get to spend time with. And it's not just, you're partners with Grant Cardone and your 10X Health Systems, and you're working with Mark Wahlberg, and you're on the Kardashians TV show and Dana White, and you're on the board for Major League Baseball, the NFL. You're spending time, I think he's in Europe right now with David and Victoria Beckham and their family. They're really close. It's not that you're even hanging out and spending time with that level of people. But I walked behind the stage when Gary got done that day, and he had sent security to get that agent. I think he was in his 60s. He had sent security to get that agent. And when I got back to the green room, Gary had him standing next to him. And Dr. Carter was there, and they were exchanging phone numbers. And he goes, listen, I want to help you walk through this cancer diagnosis, and I can help you. And I literally just found out like yesterday or 2 days ago when I flew into California from San Antonio that guy's gotten a clean bill of health because Gary and them have helped him. But nobody knew. No, it wasn't out front. Gary privately sent a security guard to get him and bring him backstage. And Gary's walked him through the last year, helping him with this cancer diagnosis. Those are the kind of people that I get to spend time with. Those are the level of human beings that I get to spend time with. How do I do it? Because I want something for people, not from people. And you say, Ken, again, how do you do it? And I'm going to tell you something that changed my life about 18 months ago, January of 2022. So 18 months ago. I just finished my first Create conference in Atlanta. John Maxwell, Jesse Itzler, Anthony Trucks, Randy Garn, Jen Gottlieb. Gary Brecka, Brent Gove, just some phenomenal. All of these people are my friends. Like, two things I'll tell you. Like when you come to Create, with the one in Dallas in 2 weeks with Brenda Bouchard and Erwin McManus and John Gordon and Catherine Gordon and all the people that we have there, these are all my friends. Like, these aren't people that I just pay to come in and speak and that go from green room to stage back to green room. These are actually people that I care for, that are my friends, that come and speak on my stage. And people are like, Ken, how do you, and a lot of these people get paid significant amounts to speak on stages, and they come from me. I'll tell you another one. I'll get a little emotional again, Dora. My good friend, Carlos Reyes. For those of you guys that know Carlos, he's one of the top home wholesalers and flippers in the world. And Carlos, his wife, and his kids came out to Atlanta last year to speak, and he wouldn't even let me take care of his travel. He's like, no, dude, I'm coming. Brother, this is exactly what he said. He said, brother, he goes, I want to sow into your life, and I want to sow into your community, and I'm coming. Like, those are the kind of people I get to spend time with. And I don't know that we have a chat I can see. I don't think I can. But I would love for those of you guys that are in a chat, if you are in a chat, like, you want those kind of relationships. I just want you to type yes. Be like, I want those kind of relationships. Well, I'm gonna help you develop those kind of relationships. Number one, you gotta want something for people, not from people. You have to learn to be relational and not transactional. And for some people, that can be very hard because the end result or the end goal is a nicer car. It's a nicer home. It's a second home. It's a boat. It's a plane. And all those things are fantastic and fine. All of those things are good. There's nothing wrong with those things. But the reality of it is, when you're a leader who wants something for people, not from people, what happens is you change your approach in how you communicate with people, how you deal with people. I mean, and here's the deal. This is my favorite Zig Ziglar quote is, if I help enough people get what I want, eventually, help enough people get what they want, eventually I'll get what I want. And you understand in Galatians chapter 5, if you're a person of faith, as I am, I spent 12 years pastoring. It's Galatians chapter 5. It's reaping what you sow. You know that, or Galatians 6, you know, if I continue to reap and I continue to sow into people's lives, eventually it's going to come back to me. You can call it karma. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Okay, good. I see you guys on Facebook and the different platforms you guys are watching today. So great leaders want something for people, not from people. That's number one. So here's the other thing too, is this. About a year and a half ago in January, finished Create conference. I'll never forget it. We had 176 people at my first conference ever. Again, John, Jesse Itzler, just a lot of amazing friends. And I'm sitting there, and another moment, I'll tell you about my good friend Randy Garn. I'm sitting there. Jen Gottlieb's up on stage on Friday, and Dude, it's good. It's so good. God's doing some amazing things. It's just phenomenal. The community and the family atmosphere is really second to none. There's nothing like it on the planet, which is why I say we're the number one faith-based entrepreneur conference in the world. We're sitting there. Randy Garn leans over to me. Now, this guy on Tony Robbins' board, Dean Graziosi's best friend. He was his best man in his wedding. Partners with Brendan Bouchard. And Randy leans over to me and he goes, Ken, now I know why God's connected us. I'm here to help you get your message to the world. And I was taken aback. It was like it almost overwhelmed me, right? And so we're sitting there and we're doing that. We'll fast forward through the weekend. That was Friday. Sunday morning, I get up to take a shower. And I'm just spending some time with some worship music on. I'm just honoring God for everything that he's done. I'm literally in the shower and I just kind of broke down and I kind of had a little moment with God. And God said, your word for 2022, it was intentionality. And he goes, I want you to dig deep in some of these relationships. I'm going to tell you what I did. And if somebody could tell me how much time I got, that'd be great, because I'm a preacher and I have no idea how much time I got. I usually have a countdown timer that's going 5, 10 or something like that. So I'm in the shower and God says, I want you to be intentional with 5 or 6 relationships. And so out of those 5 or 6 people that were really close to me, Brian Covey's one of them. Brian is the senior vice president for Revolution Mortgage. Phenomenal business guy, phenomenal husband, phenomenal dad. Again, great business mind. And he's a great, thanks, Adora. He's a great human being. Lives in Nashville, Tennessee. And Brian's just, I literally called me when I was at lunch just a minute ago. Great friend. Brian Covey, Brent Gove, one of the top people at EXP, 19,000 people in his downline or organization at EXP, 7 figures a month with his rev share with EXP. And Gary Brecka, I've already mentioned Gary. Randy Garn's in there. My best friend Master Jeff is in there, and then Vic Keller, who I actually met in August of last year. So we've been friends now for about a good 10 months. And so I went to the 5 guys and I said, listen, this year, and this is what I want you to write down. And I'm telling you, if you'll do these things, this will change your life. I went to all 5 of these guys and I said, listen, I want to take our relationship to the next level. And I'm willing to invest 3 things in our relationship. So you know that I am serious and I am intentional in building our relationship and strengthening our relationship. 3 things. Number 1, my time. I'm willing to invest my time. Randy Garn lives in Salt Lake City. I've been there probably 4 or 5 times over the past year and a half. My best friend, Master Jeff, if you follow him on Instagram, it's Master Jeff Jafari. Forbes magazine calls Jeff the Tony Robbins of Persia. Huge events over in Dubai and in the Middle East. Huge events. His signature course that he does, he's the only person that teaches. It's like 20 grand a pop. And he teaches 16 hours a day for 2.5 days and teaches on the inner potential zone inside of human beings. And he's phenomenal. So I text Jeff and this is what I want to do. This is what I'm willing to commit. I've been to Calabasas, where he lives outside of LA, at least 6 or 7 times in the last year and a half. Brent and Kathy, I've been to Puerto Rico twice to spend time with them. Gary Brecka, been all over the country to spend time with Gary. Brian in Nashville. I've been to Nashville to spend time with him. Vic Keller. Vic owns a place in Whitefish, Montana that I went to last year. I'm going again next month. And he lives in Dallas, Texas. And I've been to his place in Dallas several times. I said, listen, I'm going to invest my time. I'm going to calendar my time to come and spend time with you. If I go to Dallas or if I go to any city near any of my guys, listen, I'm there. Like I invest my own finances to be able to get there, to be able to put myself in proximity with these guys. I started a group chat, a group text message on my iPhone with these guys. And literally, I'm usually the first one that comes on in the morning. I do my quiet time on YouVersion, the Bible app. And as soon as I get done, I usually send them whatever I'm reading. I say, hey, fellas, it's Tuesday, it's Thursday, it's whatever the day is. And I literally just encourage the fire out of them. And then it starts. All 6 of them are down through there. So my time, number 1. Number 2, I'm going to invest my talent. Like, who do I know? What do I do, or what do I know that can help you fulfill the mission and the vision that God's placed in your heart? Like with Gary Brecka, his goal is to take his health message and extend the life of everybody he comes in contact with 6 or 7 years. That's his heart, and that's his message. So what can I do? Who do I know? And what do I know? My talent. How can I take my talent and help you achieve what God's put in your heart? Not me. I'm not asking you to do stuff for me. I mean, now all these guys come to my conference. Every one of them come and speak. Every one of those guys are in my mastermind. So when you come to our mastermind, you're sitting with these level people every single time. But I said, listen, I'm going to invest my time and my talent. I'm going to help you. I'm going to connect you with the people you need to know that I know that you may not know. And then whatever I know personally to be able to help you fulfill what God's put in your heart, I'm going to do that. I'm going to make it my mission to be able to do that and help you. And the third thing, time, talent, treasure is the last thing, my treasure. I'm going to invest my money in whatever it is you're doing. I don't care what it is. If you're hosting a conference, I'm buying a front row seat. If you're doing fill in the blank, I'm there. If it's a network marketing company, if you're publishing a book, whatever that looks like. I said this, I was on Sean Mike Kelly's podcast 3 weeks ago in Vegas. Sean's got 10 million followers on Instagram, the number 5 podcast in the country, just 4 slots down from Joe Rogan is Sean's podcast. And I was on there a couple weeks ago and I said this, I literally, again, this is what we talked about, time, talent, and treasure. And he looked at me, he goes, this is what he said. He could not believe it. He goes, Ken, you mean you buy tickets to your friends' events? I said, if I'm not going to buy a ticket to their event, who's going to? Like, if I can't support the people that I love and go, listen, when Brent Gove, when Build Conference went on sale, I literally was one of the first, as soon as I found out it went on sale, straight to the website, front row seat. It was a few $1,000, whatever it was. I bought the ticket. A year and a half ago, right after I told these guys I'm going to invest time, talent, and treasure, I'm on a Zoom call. I'm introducing Gary Brecka, Dr. Trivedi, Dr. T, I can't remember what his little nickname is right now, but anyway, he's like an NLP mindset guy. Dr. T and Dr. Rob Kelly, who's a dear friend, who's one of the top alcohol addiction experts in the world. 97% success rate with people that come in this program with alcohol addiction, which is about 92% higher than the average treatment center. So I've got there's 4 of us on a Zoom call, and I'm just introducing these guys. I know all of them. I just want to introduce them. Gary's like, hey, listen, I'm speaking at GrowthCon. It was his first time on the main stage for Grant at GrowthCon. He goes, Grant gave me 90 minutes on Friday afternoon. Are you coming? I said, dude, I wouldn't miss it for the world. What's the date? I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was April the 17th of last year. So like 15 months ago. 2 or 3 months after I told these guys, I'm going to invest my time, talent, and treasure in building our relationship. And so Gary goes, it's on this date. I'm like, great, dude, I'm there. I go over to my calendar when I get off the call and I look. I literally at Christmas had just bought front row seats to go see Eric Church in concert in Birmingham, Alabama, where I live. They cost me $1,000 a piece. And it was the exact same day Gary was speaking down at GrowthCon. I was like, crap. Already gave my word. Already gave these guys my commitment. This is what I was going to do. So I go over to Ticketmaster. I put my tickets up for sale. I picked up the phone and I text Jimmy Morales, who is Grant's CFO, who's a dear friend of mine. And I said, hey, listen, I need a diamond seat. Do you have any left? They're $10K, $10,000. I said, I'm coming to see Gary speak on Friday. I said, do you have any diamond seats left? And he goes, let me find you one. So he found me a diamond seat. I spent $10,000. And I went and I sat in the second row for GrowthCon that year. And when Gary came down the platform, out of the little chute, if you will, and there's fireworks and stuff's going crazy. And, Gary's doing his dance and doing his thing, going up on stage at GrowthCon. He made eye contact with me. And as he's going to the stage, he came over and high-fived and gave me a huge hug. And it was, as he says, dude, you have no idea how much that encouraged me and spoke to me about how much you believe in what I'm doing. Time, talent, and treasure. And Sean looked at me and he was like, you mean you bought tickets to your friends' events? Yeah. If I'm not going to buy, if I'm not going to invest, who's going to? When I have a friend, guys, listen to this. When I have a friend, John Gordon just had books go on sale. John Gordon's a dear friend. I think he's already on the Wall Street Journal top. I think he's number 2 right now with the new book that he just did. I buy 10 to 12 books. I don't buy one book. I buy a lot of them. Sharon Lecter, when Sharon's The Exit Rich book came out, that she co-authored again, I think I bought 25. I bought 10, and then I just give them away. I just give them to friends who are looking for, to read and grow in that specific area. Time, talent, and treasure. And when you do these things, and I'm one more story and then Adora, you can hop on. I'm on the phone with Vic Keller, dear friend, love him and Elisa dearly. Him and I were pinging back and forth yesterday. He's in Montana in Whitefish with his wife, getting some time off on the lake and doing just some really cool stuff. And I had a 15-minute phone call scheduled with him. One of my really, really good friends is a CMO for one of his companies. And freak encounter. I'm on the phone with Nate, and Vic walks in. He's like, "Who's that bald-headed guy?" Because Vic's bald-headed, right? And Nate's like, "Oh, it's my best friend Ken. Yada yada yada. Here's what he does. He's doing a conference with John Maxwell and Ed Mylett and Jesse Itzler and Brendan Burchard. Blah 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 blah." He goes, "Man, I want to meet that guy. Set me up some time." So I had a 15-minute phone call with Vic last August. 15-minute scheduled phone call. It went an hour and 27 minutes. Now this guy is a billionaire. And we had a 15-minute scheduled call. We hit it off. We were so aligned with our values and our vision and how we live our life, and both being men of faith, and how much we value our children and our business and what we love to do and how we love to help people. Hour and 27 minutes later, we end this phone call. But the last 10 minutes of the call, Vic asked me 6 times. He said, "Ken, what can I do to help you?" I said, "Dude, I don't need anything from you." He goes, "Dude, man, I love what you're doing. I love your mission. I love your heart. I love your passion. What can I do to help you?" I said, "Vic, dude, I don't need anything from you, man. I really don't. I'm honored that I got an hour and 27 minutes of your time. Like that's a huge deal." And he asked me 6 times. The 6th time I said this. I said, "Vic, I said, too, what you can do. This was August. I said, I've got my mastermind November the 1st through the 5th in Scottsdale, Arizona. There's going to be guys there, Randy Garn, Gary, Master Jeff. There's going to be some guys there you need to meet. With what you're wanting to do in the next season of your life, there's some guys you need to meet." And he goes, "I'll give you one day." I said, "Okay." And so he texts me a couple weeks before, and he goes, "Hey, listen, I'm going to be flying in on Monday on October 31st. It was Halloween. Because I'm going to come have dinner with you guys. I'm going to stick around Tuesday, but I'm going to be out Tuesday evening." I said, "Great, dude, that'd be great. Just come hang out for one day." Well, he flies in on Monday. He gets there. We do dinner together with all the different people. He's just making connections and talking with people. And then we go into our session on Tuesday, and I gave him 45 minutes to teach on Tuesday afternoon. And he walks up and he tells me, "Ken, I need your videographers to turn the cameras off." I said, "Great, we can do that. Not a problem at all." And so the videographers turn the cameras, and he goes, "Hey, I need every one of you guys who have your phones, I need you to just put them face down on the table. No, you can't videotape what I'm gonna talk about." And so everybody takes their phones, they put them face down on the table, and this is what he says. He goes, "Guys, I just flew in Sunday. I just flew in from Omaha on Monday. Sunday night, I was having dinner at Mr. B's house, and I've spent 7 years learning from Warren Buffett, and I want to spend the next 45 minutes telling you what I've learned." Now, how many of you guys know you can learn a pin drop in that room? I mean, here's Vic sharing with us for 45 minutes what he's learned from Warren Buffett. When I say a stacked room, it's like when you're in grade school or middle school or high school and you're picking teams for kickball or football in the yard or basketball. Like, when your team's stacked, right? When your team, like, we're winning. Like, this room was stacked. I've got guys that exited companies for 150 million, 90 million, probably 6 or 7, 8 people in the room out of 44 to 45 people that are making $1 million a month. It's a stacked room. You could have heard a pin drop in there for 45 minutes as he talked about what he had learned from, as he calls it, Mr. B over the last 7 years. Well, Big didn't go home on Tuesday. He wound up staying the entire time. He wound up coming to Create in January, staying the entire time. He wound up going to Puerto Rico for our mastermind in April, stayed the entire time, and he's going to be in Dallas again with us in 2 weeks. He'll come in on Tuesday night for our mastermind dinner and mixer, and we've got our mastermind all day long with me and him and Erwin and Brendan Broussard. But guys, I'm telling you, if you will make a commitment to be a leader who wants something for people, not from people, if you will make a commitment to invest time, talent, and treasure in that level people, those people will draw. Yeah, I'm telling you, they will draw near to you. And I've had one huge, like, oh shit moment sorry about the language. Oh shit moment in the last 8 months, 9 months since I called Vic. Big financial moment, like an $80,000 deal. Who did I pick up the phone and call? I picked the phone up and I called Vic. And he didn't just give me an answer. He didn't just say, hey, dude, I'll just give you the money. He helped me process through it and figure out how to solve my problem. And without him, I could not have solved that problem. And it all came from that 15-minute phone call that went an hour and 27 minutes. When he asked me, what can I do for you? I went, dude, I don't need anything from you. What can I do for you? He's like, this is what he told you. I'll never forget. He goes, Ken, nobody asked me what I can do, what they can do for me. I'm always the one asking people what I can do for them. But guys, listen, great leaders want something for people, not from people. But when you invest time, talent, and treasure in the people, I'm telling you, people at the next level, they will respect you in a way nobody else will respect you. And if you'll do that, I'm telling you, with a pure heart, God will bring the right people in your life. And when the right people come in your life, I'm telling you, it will blow the lid off of your mindset of what's possible in your life and what's possible in 2023.
It's so true. It's so true. Mark, I see the love. I see all the things. And so, guys, I know that you're getting so much value, and we've circled our friends on this event who are all talking to you about what we do to get in rooms with each other, when we say next level, that next level of vision, of identity, free of fears. It's courageous, that is acting. I can't say free of fear, because courage often, fear shows up first. But what Ken just threw down is so powerful. And, we joke that we're like, he'll say I'm the female version of him. I'll be like, because we're both share a similar heart. And those 3 ways of getting Tiberius, you guys, remember he told you, go find the most successful people you can find and find a way to get close to them. Ken just give you the formula for getting close to them. And not only did he give you the formula, those of you that are checking out Create, we're sending out everything about that. But he leads with generosity, including that offer that we threw down earlier that we'll throw later. One thing we didn't mention is that Les Brown event in Atlanta that Ken will be at. Ken will be speaking. You'll get some time with Ken. That's the level of room that you're going to be in. We have Les. We have the real Sherry from the Real Housewives of Atlanta, which I never watched the show. I got to binge a few episodes before I meet her. But that event, those tickets are going to be, after this event, $1,000 each to be in the room, right? And so in this $2,500 offer, we've given you 2 tickets, a zone event, all these things. And then Ken took his $500 tickets and said, for the first 10 who get that offer, you also get, as a bonus, to go to Create in Dallas live with Brendan Burchard, Gary Brecka. And you see Ken, he's not unapproachable. He's the kind of guy that when you go up to him, I would say, what can I do for you? I'm going to invest my time. I'm going to invest my talent. I'm going to invest my treasure. That's what, if I were you wanting to get close to Ken or anybody, that's what I do. So,
you know what, Dora, let me say something real quick. The cool thing about our conference, and I hear this from everybody. We don't have anybody that goes from green room to stage back to green room. Every speaker I have, including Brenda Burchard, are sitting in a chair or sitting at a table. John sat through dinner with us, Maxwell, sat through dinner with us last year. Like literally sat through dinner, people coming up, shaking hands, take everything. I mean, the accessibility that you have to some of the greatest entrepreneurs on the planet. I mean, the people that we spend time with, they want to help you. That's all they want. Literally, they live. I don't care how many zeros you have in your bank account. I don't care how many commas you have. When you lay your head down on the pillow at nighttime and you know you lived a day, you know you've helped people, that level of fulfillment, you cannot put a price tag on that level of fulfillment. And Dora, you know that well.
I do. The other thing that I love that you said that's so important, because sometimes when people get in a room and they get all amped up and then they leave and they think like, okay, so what? I know them. But you spoke to, I don't know if it was Inky Johnson or who I heard, a rapper that said that said, look, don't take me on your yacht, which our friends do, and people show me how you got the yacht, right? So
Yeah.
it's like when you first meet someone, we're actually, people are showing you at our events exactly how they got it, but the most valuable parts are that stuck moment that you were in, and that people hide and they retreat, and instead you went to your friends and he
That's what they're there for.
They're
They're there for those reasons. They're there. It's Proverbs 27:17, iron sharpening iron. They're there for those moments in your journey. And guys, listen, if I had another nugget I could drop on you guys, listen, it's never about the destination. I heard TD Jakes do a message 23 years ago at a pastor's conference, maybe 99, 2000. And the title of his message was A Place Called There. He said, every time you get there and you look forward to that destination, it always leaves you empty. It's never about the destination. It's never about point A to point B. And once you get there, you're like, yes. It's always about the destination. It's about embracing the person that you become along the journey. And it's why you have such amazing people. And God calls the paths of those people to intersect your path so you can become the best version of yourself, so you then can accomplish what God and the impact God's called you to make.
So awesome, Ken. Thank you. I can't wait to see you in Dallas at Create, and then in Atlanta. I love you so much. Appreciate you. You guys, we have a free gift from Ken we'll send out in the email as well. And I'll see you soon, Ken. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. I didn't even want that to end. That's the way it goes every time, right? But I see Scott, who I'm also very excited about, in the green room, which Ken, you and Scott ought to know each other. Scott was our top promoter on this event, which talk about leading with generosity, right? He's a person that was introduced to me from my own network, came to one of my masterminds, and I put out something that I'm looking for speakers. And Rita kept saying, Scott's amazing. He's amazing. He's amazing. You know, and we finally had our connection moment. And man, he just went to work on like, how can I serve? Can I help with VIP? He helps people have those mental breakthroughs and the emotional breakthroughs that it takes to, get to 6 figures if you're not there, get to 7 figures if you're not there, get to 8 figures if you're not there. Because at every level, Pastor Ken's old day would have said, what? There's a new devil, right? That's right. At every level, there's right. So I want to connect you guys. And I also want to bring Z up, our guest host, to help. I think he's really going to enjoy this time with Scott. But Z, how excited are you, and how's it been for you just taking all this in?
It's been breathtaking so far. The amount of information that's come out, the nuggets that not only Ken, but all our previous speakers have just been wow. And it's been it's going to be about 4 hours in total here. I just can't imagine what it's going to be like at Create itself. It's just going to be mind-boggling. So looking forward to it. Absolutely.
At Create, at Zone. Yeah. Right. Awesome.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and bring up our next guest, Scott. Hello, Scott.
Hey,
Hello,
Scott.
Dora and Z. Thank you for having me. Absolutely. It's an honor.
Oh, so nice
Welcome.
having you. Yeah, so nice. It's been an honor to see you live what he was talking about.
What an amazing conversation, because it's so much about the identity work that we do with our clients as well. And all the speakers here helping awaken something within yourself that's already there has been amazing. So really awesome.
So Scott, the way we've been flowing is if you're ready to present, we'll go in the background and come up near the end and ask a few questions, or we can dialogue with you. It's really about what you're feeling. So what are you feeling?
Yeah, let's jump into, I have a couple of things I love. I think that everyone should really get immense value from, and then maybe we'll do some Q&A at the end. How does that
Awesome.
sound?
Sounds perfect. All right. We'll see you in a
Really
bit.
good. I just want to start out with everybody in the chat box. I've been following along with the event yesterday and today, and I got to say, you're probably the most enlightened group that I've ever seen on these events, because, sometimes you get to the events and it's like, there's a little participation and a little ambition or a little bit of motivation, but not that much. So everyone here has been amazing, just actually moving forward and integrating. And that's the name of the game, is practicing. So, what I'd like to talk with you about today is awakening to your next level. And often with this law of attraction manifestation style content, we get to a spot where we hit a plateau. Has anyone else been there before, where you've done a lot of affirmations, you've read all the self-help books, Think and Grow Rich and all the other books, but it feels like there's a missing link? It's like something's not clicking. Throw number 1 into the chat box if you feel that way. I like to do that to get a little engagement. So if I see 5, 10 ones, I kind of know where you're at a little bit. So throw number 1 in the chat box if you feel a similar way. When I was at that spot, I was earning about $5,000 a month. I was living by myself in Los Angeles, nobody around. I felt super alone, super frustrated, because I believed that there's a higher power. I believed that something, that creating my reality was possible. And every night I would visualize the same idea, the same result, the increase in the income, increase to 6 figures and 7 figures. But it felt very difficult and challenging to break through this barrier. It was like a glass ceiling. It was an invisible wall. And that visible wall is very daunting because you can't see it. It's invisible, right? So I went to work and I tried to do as many things as possible. I'd do my journaling. I'd do the gratitude journaling exercise, and I would do everything that I could at my disposal in order to try and move the life forward. But no matter what strategy I used, it seemed like there was still something missing. It still seemed like there was more to life, more of this puzzle. And I just didn't have a couple of the puzzle pieces. Like, you don't have the, when you put together a puzzle, you get the end image of where you want to go. It was like I could see the end image, but I didn't know how to arrange the puzzle pieces. So today, if you're taking some notes, I really think this is going to be super informative for you to awaken something different than any other manifestation technique out there. It's what I call energetics. So as a 4-step process we're going to be going over, I want to go through the first step. This first step allowed me to have my first breakthrough from 10K a month to 20K a month, which is pretty substantial. From low 6 figures to $250,000 is nice. Anybody else want to jump like that, at least doubling your income this year? Maybe throw number 2 into the chat box. You'd love to do something like that. This first part here was, instead of trying to do the affirmation, was find my recurring theme of life. What is your recurring theme? So for me at that point, there was a recurring theme of being stuck at a certain point income level. But you could have a recurring theme of a stuck relationship. It's like the same partner you're manifesting over and over. It could be stuck in a career or same type of dead-end job, whatever it is. It seems like there's something stuck. So you want to look at what your theme is. So I did a little digging and discovery into my theme. And here's what I discovered that was keeping me stuck. I had caregiving victim identity going on. Now I want to explore this a little bit with you. What was going on for me is, internally, I felt the more money I get, the more money I'm going to have to help others who I might not want to help, or trying to spread my wealth around and asking me for money. So I started to see for myself that my identity, which is a frequency, was one of somebody who was a mismatch to my goal, which was mid 6 figures at the time, about 500,000 or about 50,000 a month. I wanted to get there so bad, 10 to 20 to 50,000, or I wanted to make that jump. But what was keeping me stuck in a frequency was a lackful caregiver feeling. Now, later in the steps, I'm going to circle back to why that is. But again, I want you to find the theme. What is the stuck thoughts and feelings that you seemingly, no matter what strategy you do, are there? Throw in the chat box. What is the number one theme you think for your life? I'll provide a couple more examples here. I think that will be helpful. Money in, money out. So no matter how much money you bring in, maybe you're earning 20,000 a month. 20,000 a month goes out. Maybe you're only earning 3,000 a month. 3,000 a month goes out. Maybe you're earning a lot more than that, but it seems like at the end of every month, you don't have access. You don't have a lot of abundance of cash flow. That would be an example. Another example is you gain incremental progress. It's like your life has been not a lot of jumps, not a lot of quantum leaps. So your recurring theme may be incremental progress, 1,000 extra per month, or $500 extra per month, right? So it seems like a stuck theme. Or maybe your theme is irritation. No matter what you do, you just feel irritated with the frustration of how slow things are. Does that make sense for everyone? A couple of you mentioned, I'm going to fail, for Brad, right? You mentioned that. So maybe the recurring theme is expectation of some sort of missing the mark, right? Raphael mentioned working hard, or Adriana, I can't have it, not allowed. Perfect. Great there, finding your theme, because when I start to find my theme, I start to realize this is what I'm doing my affirmations around. I am successful, I am wealthy. But instead, I need to cover this theme. Why is this theme here? And again, if you're taking notes, your theme is the frequency you're living in most of your day. We've all heard before, what you think about, you become. And that's very true and accurate. But what is more practical to use is whatever my theme is what's showing up in my life. Whatever theme I'm in is showing up in my life. Once I started to work on the theme change, I started to actually heal deep embedded programming and trauma. We all have trauma. I'll talk about that a little bit later. In order to have my life flow, I started to have influx of clients. I started to have some of my strategies working better and started to have more money. It sounds crazy. It sounds like miracles, but really what you're doing is working with a thinking substance, a higher power, when you start to change the overall frequency you're in. So it's not just the thought you think today. It's not what you visualize, but it's the overall theme or the overall frequency. Now, I then got stuck at about 20,000 a month. And I'm like, what is the next step now? Because I remember sitting in my little one bedroom townhouse that I was renting out with a little bathroom, nothing going for me really besides that. Now I'm earning some money. Now I'm ready to move. I'm ready to upgrade my life. I'm ready to jump or leap. And what I discovered was I had an attachment. And that one attachment was allowing my success to be evaded. So I want you to write down this phrase. And if you really get this, you can use this for the rest of July or whenever you're watching this replay, whatever month it is, to start really forming a lot faster leap in success. The phrase is, once I have blank, I will finally feel blank. So you fill in the blanks. Once I have this thing, I will finally feel this. Throw that into the chat box as well, your blanks. Once I have 20,000 a month coming through, I will finally feel worthy of success. Once I have 50,000 a month coming through, I'll finally feel significant. Once I finally have financial freedom, I'll finally feel relieved to do the things I want. You see what goes on here? It's kind of like what Ken was mentioning just a little bit earlier here, is like waiting for that end journey. We're waiting for that end destination, right? Instead of becoming the person you need to become today. So go ahead and write down what is yours. Raphael mentions, once I have financial freedom, I'll finally feel liberated. It's a fantastic one. Who else has their attachments here? Once I finally have this, I'll finally feel this. Brad, you mentioned once I have 10,000 a month coming through, I'll finally feel successful. These are perfect examples. These are fantastic. Now, if you're taking notes here, again, write down that phrase and remember, feeling and vibration are the same thing. Feeling is your conscious awareness of the vibration you're in. So when I say things like, when in my story, I was stuck at 20,000 a month, which I was so grateful for, that's a great number. Everybody on the outside was saying, you're very successful. That's fantastic for what you're doing. But I was ready for that next level, right? And that's what I wanted for myself, was that next level. So when I was getting into this attachment, I realized my blanks were, once I have 20,000 a month coming through, I am somebody in this world. right? And then once I got to 20,000 a month, my 50,000 a month was once I have $50,000 a month coming through, I don't have to worry about money. And what that taught me was I was attached to an outcome. And once I had that outcome, I would be in the vibration. You see how opposite that is? Those of you that know law of attraction. What do we talk about in law of attraction? You have to fuse with your desire first. You have to correspond with it. You need to align with it. But that phrase is saying I'm misaligned, right? So if I'm telling myself, once I have 50,000 a month, I'll feel so much better about myself and I'll feel worthy, I'll feel significant, I'll feel great, I won't have to worry about money. What I'm really saying in vibrational universal language is it's not here, it's not here, it's not here. Because again, feeling and vibration are the same. I have to feel differently first before I can manifest anything different. That is hard to do. Throw number 5 in the chat box if you agree. Sometimes that is very hard to do, to think differently before things change, to feel better before things change, to act differently before things change. Let me know. Throw number 5 in the box, because I hope I'm not alone in that. All my students, we talk about this all the time, that it's very difficult and very challenging until you get the hang of it, practicing different thinking and different feeling before things change. So that was my second breakthrough, and it will be for you as well, filling in that statement, becoming so aware that I'm attached. I'm telling myself I'm not going to feel any better until my financial income, bank account, bank statements become better. This third part here got me to 50,000 a month over to about 80,000 or so per month, which is about 7 figures. And it really revolutionized also my personal life. What was going on for me is I was in a little chaos. And I was constantly in a spot where I would get triggered by things, or I would be in a spot where I'd chronically feel that something in my environment was causing me to feel frustrated, irritated. And it felt like I was getting very blamey. I was blaming everybody else. So once I got frustrated, I'd blame somebody else. Once I got irritated, I'd blame something else that was coming in. So I realized that I was really in a victim mentality. I was blaming everything else but myself. And that was a really hard point for me because I didn't know how to awaken out of that. Has anybody else been there before? It's a pretty difficult spot you're in. You kind of stuck in a, you own that you create reality, but it's kind of like semi-ownership where you're like, yeah, but if this thing would change or if this person would change, I'd finally have it easier. That's kind of what I was going through. And what I started to recognize and discover was what story I was stuck in. So remember, the first one was the theme of your life, what's been chronically recurring. The second one here is what attachment am I recurringly in? And this third one is the story. So how you recognize your story is when you close your eyes and you think about something you're not getting, a desire, an income level, any of that, and you start to blame, the story will come into mind. I'm not worthy of that success. I'm not somebody who can do this. It seems like success is always evading me. I've tried a lot of things and they never worked out perfectly. I don't understand why it's not working out. You see what goes on? There's a story. There's something that's recurring in the mind. So go ahead and write down your story in the chat box. What's something, if you can be vulnerable here, I know we're in a very open space container for you to share, but what's a story for you that might be coming up over and over? One of the stories for me was, if only I started Facebook and Instagram ads years ago when they first came out, I would be way better off right now. If I only had that person helping me in my business partner, I would be so much farther now. You see? So there's something outside of myself that I'm blaming a little bit. And it's hard to own. And sometimes we want to say in personal development, like, I'm such a positive thinker and I always stay hopeful and I stay motivated. But if I'm really being real about it, there's a spot within me that's still being a little bit of a victim. Tell me a little bit more about your story. Adriana, you mentioned, I need to know more. That's perfect. Brenda, you mentioned it's called negative thinking, 100%. It's whatever spiral you're in internally. But sometimes we kind of push it to the side and pretend it's not there. Has anyone else been there before? Like, you know that there's something going on, but you push it to the side and say, it's not there, it's not there. I'm just going to think positive, right? So what story might be coming up for you? Go ahead and throw it into the chat box and write down for yourself, where am I at internally if I'm being true and honest with myself? Now, once I started to really grab onto that, I started to flow a lot easier in money because my frequency field was not blaming something else for the lack of flow of money or for the lack of quantum leap around money and abundance overall. And that was super important. That was a huge breakthrough as I went forward. So if this is making sense so far, the first part here, your recurring theme, is what's creating this stuckness or plateau, combined with the second, which is your attachment, combined with the third, with any chronic stuck stories in the mind. If this is making sense, or a 777 golden number into the chat box just to make sure everything is making sense so far. A couple of you mentioned always in your head is your story, worrying about negativity. These are fantastic, and thanks for being so vulnerable. This is hard to share sometimes, right? Feel too often I'm not worthy of success, imposter syndrome. Everything I touch turns to crap. Now, what's funny enough is all my clients, when they usually start with me, they say, Scott, wait a second, you're saying all these negative things out loud. Aren't you gonna manifest this stuff into your life? Like, don't you teach positive thinking? Absolutely. But that's why a lot of what I do is very different than the usual, because we're already manifesting from what I call a deep feeling tone. It's not your surface thoughts. I promise you could feel angry all day today, tomorrow, and Sunday and still manifest a gigantic amount of money into your bank account on Monday. You could think negative and complain today, tomorrow, and Sunday, all day, all weekend, and Monday you could have a quantum leap. I've had so many of my students and myself as a story backing that up. So do you need to be positive all the time? Do you never need to say the word debt? Do you never have to feel unhappy or always feeling happy all the time to manifest? It's just not true, because there's two levels. You have a thought, and then you have a deep feeling tone. And your surface thoughts actually don't create. That's why if I think about a monster right now, it's not like I teleport to the Monsters Incorporated movie, the Disney movie, and have all these monsters showing up in my closet in different areas around me, right? It's not how it works. Now, if I'm thinking about a wealth number, or I visualize today just one time, that's why it just doesn't show up tomorrow. What I'm manifesting from is the deep feeling tone. The theme I mentioned in step 1, where most of your energy lies when you're just living day to day. Is this hitting home for some of you? Throw a yes in the chat box so I can kind of see where you're at a little bit. That'd be helpful. Is it hitting home that it's not just about affirmation, because that's just words? It's not about visualization, because if you don't feel it, nothing truly happens with that. It's not right taking out all these journals and taking out and writing a 30-sentence thing about gratitude. Yes, those are all a part of great exercises to do. But if you're not solely focused on your frequency tone, that's why the plateau sticks. That's why a recurring theme stays in your life, whether it's around money or relationships or anything. We've all seen it before, where people manifest the same relation over and over and over, right? The same partnership or the same financial circumstances. No matter what they do, it's chronically in the same spot. It's because there's feeling and this frequency tone. I want to go through the last part here. And this is probably the most important out of the 4, but it's going to sew everything together. and that is your identity. Now, a lot of the speakers during the event have already mentioned this, so you should have already gotten a great idea of this. But your identity, I need to search for a little bit within you and you within me about what identity are you currently fused with that's disempowering, no longer serving you, and which one's empowering. How do you know your identity? Your identity is where your childhood was. Wherever you were at in childhood, that's where most of your emotional traumas have come from that have created these themes in your life. So, for example, if my parents, guardians, grandparents were in a spot where they needed to be taken care of, my inner child, the inner child part of me, was missing something. So the inner adaptive child within me created what we call coping mechanisms. Great phrase to write down, coping mechanisms. The coping mechanisms are what actually is creating my manifestations today, the theme, the frequency, if I don't realize it and change it. That's why so many of my students have had leaps in days, weeks, and months. Not all of them. It's a work in progress. It doesn't mean everyone does it overnight, but a lot of them far faster than a lot of other things out there, because if you address the traumatic situation in your childhood and heal and release that, you'll evolve your identity, which is part of your overall frequency. So you look in your childhood, your parents need to be taken care of. You probably start to become a caregiver. A lot of people that caregived, their parents, their guardians, anybody like that, guess who they become? They become nurses. They become coaches. They become teachers. Why? Because they're really good at serving people and helping and caregiving. On the other side, maybe instead of caregiving, you became a people pleaser because of the environment you grew up around, right? Or maybe you became a rebel. There's so many rules and restrictions and boundaries that you said, the heck with this, I'm going to be free, and you became a rebel. Try to think through in your childhood what was hard for you and what did you cope with as an identity. Maybe throw that in the chat box if you're open to it. It's a very vulnerable position, I get it. So if you don't feel safe, that's okay. But whatever you can, throw it into the chat box. This right here will, I promise you, explain why your life is the way it is, and then how to change it, how to shift that, and what that looks like. Deepak, you mentioned poverty, right? Another one came in, I don't belong, right? Some people needing certainty. Brad, people pleaser, hard worker. All these different identities, right, come into play. Joey, you mentioned always wrong and not good enough. I'm so sorry to hear that a lot of you have been through these things. I've been through mine as well. It's very daunting. It's very, very difficult, especially you don't know in this manifestation game that there's something bigger out there than affirmations. So what you do is address what's going on in your identity. And then you say, where do I need to go? What's the more balanced version of me? Who do I need to become? So instead of people pleasing, you say, what I need to do is actually start owning up more to my own needs and my own wants compassionately with others, instead of putting those aside to people please. Not easy to do, but that's the work to be done. That's where your soul's calling you to evolve. Or if it was like, I'm always working so hard and that's how I grew up, working 18 hours a day, never resting, what are you being called to do? The opposite, balance a little bit more and actually take a rest day. Even when you're like worried about bills and even when you're paying 3 jobs, you're being called, no matter what your circumstances, to shift and become more of a restful, peaceful person. These 4 points are really deep. And I know I only have a little bit of time here. We've only been going through it for about 30 minutes. It's a lot to cover in 30 minutes, and I get that. But I hope I'm sharing with you an awakening process that you can take, ponder on, and really run with after this. And really be with these ideas and say, what is my theme? And what is my attachment? And why do I have these attachments? And what is my identity? And what's my main story going on in my mind? And if you could start chipping away at one of these 4, you'll gain more progress in the next 30 days than probably you did the last 3 or 4 years. because again, you're working not at the mind mental level, you're working at the soul level. And when you work at the soul level, you're going to start developing who you really are, who you're being called to evolve into in this lifetime. So as a concluding note here, if this makes some sort of sense to you and you can take some of these parts, throw a 999 into the chat box just to get a final idea of where you're at. If any 4 of these points make sense, something you can run with, 999 into the chat box. Let us know.
I'll say it out loud, 999. I love the angel numbers. Yeah, because look, the truth is we're in process, we're in progress. So all of the things that you shared, many of them will re-implement at the next identity, if not all day, in different phases. I mean, I think if you're on a growth path, and most of you are here, that is the cause. So look at this from Marcus. I do want to tell you all something about the replay. Scott, I want you to talk about your gift to everyone. And I know Z has been chomping at the bits to ask any questions of anyone today. And I promised I would let him ask you. That's me chomping. Do you get it? It's almost like the hungry hippo thing now that I realize. You're right, like chomping. And then we bring Olivia back up for that brand breakthrough part 2. So the replays. So wherever you're watching this on YouTube or Instagram, Facebook, that this will stay up. Okay. The other thing that will happen is the page that you clicked on to come watch here, it'll take you right back to these streams until tomorrow, when Les Brown is coming on and we reset everything. And then it'll take you to that. So you'll have that. And those of you in VIP, within a few weeks of this event, we actually have our team cut them up into smaller pieces and put them on a playlist. So you don't have to remember what day was he on and how do I go back to that. So when you're resonating with someone or you want to go back to something, you can. So thank you so much, Scott. Will you share a little about your gift and then Z with the question?
Absolutely. So the gift it's really great because it's just a part 2 of this conversation. So if you really enjoyed this and you just want to dive deeper, what I'm going to do is provide a game plan live with you on a webinar on this Tuesday, July 18th at 4 p.m. Eastern. You just have to click the link to register. It's free as well. But I know we're so limited on time that I wanted to provide you that in depth, answer any questions, anything like that. If you're watching the replay and it's after July 18th, we'll just invite you to our next event. So just email my support team, admin@scotthaug.com, which is SCOTTHAUG.com. So you're not missing out as well if you're watching the replays.
And some of them will be in VIP Q&A with us. So you may want to make your deal a little. You're going to be with us in VIP. So you may want to shift the time a little depending on how much work you put into it. Okay, Z. Okay.
Scott, I'm going to share what everyone else has been sharing on the chat group, and that is everyone's blown away with your 35 minute, lot of great information and tying in a lot of the themes that all the speakers previous to you had come in. You said yourself, all those 4 elements could come in, like you can spend days probably on those things. And I know there were 1 or 2 elements of myself that I thought I started going internally and reflecting. I could spend a little bit more time. My question to you is, and possibly to the others that are watching you, is there one thing out of the 4 elements that you would suggest that people, and it may be correct for anyone, I'm just asking the question, is there one element out of the 4 elements that you would suggest people to focus on when they're starting out?
Yeah, I love this question because it's very practical and it's like, what can we do with this stuff? So I know out of the 4, I'm going to go to 2. So it sounds like I'm going out of order, but I think that's the simplest to start with. If you start with number 2, remember that was the attachment for anybody listening in, that once I have this thing, I'll finally feel this. Write that statement down, and a practical thing, it's super easy to do, is change the definition of the attachment to something like this. once I'm connected to the universe, or if you call it God, higher power, whatever you'd like to call it, I will finally feel the feelings you wrote down. So instead of saying once I'll finally have the 50,000 a month, I'll finally feel amazing and relieved, you change it to once I'm connected to the universe, I will finally feel amazing and relieved. So once you've changed your definition, now you're like, oh, I can give myself the permission to feel amazing and relieved now just by doing my spiritual exercises. And it changes your way of attachment. So hopefully that makes sense. See, does that make sense?
It does make sense. And what I'm taking into it is embodying what you want to be the emotions. Though they may be uncomfortable for you, though they may be foreign to you, though they may be awkward for you, do your very best to embody that state that you want. Does that sum it up?
That is so amazing how you said that. It's perfect because we're so unfamiliar, especially if we've been in chronic unhappiness or just been down and out, depressed, any of the feelings. It's so unfamiliar for us to actually be happy. So when we're happy, it's like there's a version of us like, oh, this is too good to be true. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work out. So it's how good can you get at being uncomfortable? How good can you be at just feeling that nervousness and staying in it? That was super the way you're saying. That's perfect.
And a lot of us, I think, me included, is the fear element, right? It's like, why would I want to do that? Because the repeated programming associated with it. And what is the saying that says the gifts that you want are in that dark cave that you must go, that they're in there, and that's the reward. So thank you for that. It's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of this work it's not always easy to go through it, but I think everybody here is a light worker in their own right, even if you don't think so for yourself, because I feel that if anybody's willing to change themselves and upgrade through personal development, you're rocking it. You're a light in this world, and you're spreading a lot of goodness far beyond your presence, even if you don't think that for yourself. Every time you get a little bit better, each person around you is going to be affected in the energy field somehow, some way. So I really am so honored that all of you you're willing to do the hard stuff to get the better rewards on the other side. So
powerful. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah. Thank you, Z.
And I'm just going to reflect on any other questions here.
Sure.
Marcia says, thank you so much, Scott. So glad to be part of your manifestation program. You are a game changer, which is very true in my recollection here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there was if I saw a question about parallel realities, I think from
Mark, I think, had the question on parallel realities. Yes, please dive in.
Could you speak to additional tips regarding your parallel reality now map technique that assists us in attracting? Yeah, so parallel reality theory, I love to mash in with all of this because it's true, the elements of where we're at. So I know we don't have a ton of time here, so I'll try and wrap this up in just a minute. And it's going to be a lot, but hopefully it gets more simple as we go forward. Is that there's a lot of realities happening right now. It's kind of like those multiverse movies we're seeing with the superhero movies, right? Marvel. And if you can think that there's a lot of versions of you, there's one that's super wealthy right now. There's one that's super poor right now. There's one who you are right now. There's a lot of versions. You can actually access all of these different versions. You just can't see it right now because we're always focused only in one reality. So that's how when we have chronic thoughts of how is the $10,000 going to be manifested? Where's it going to come from? Or when's it going to come in? Those mental thoughts. One thing that really helps this is just remembering if I can sink into a parallel reality that's better than the one today, it already has everything I want in that reality. The people, the money, the opportunities, it's all activated in that reality. So you don't have to think about the how, when, and where, and you just have the faith and trust that you're aligned with that. So just to conclude it, to bring it practical, is use that second technique I just mentioned here with Z, that framework of once I connect to the universe. And then you could do a second layer of that. Once I connect to my desired parallel reality, you could do that through a creative visualization, just a basic visualization. I will finally feel amazed and relieved, or feeling your emotions. That will help you stay synced into an alternative reality that already has a lot of what you want. It's a lot easier than we make it sometimes. We make it so hard. And that can be an approach to help the faith and the belief. If that makes sense.
Awesome. Okay, Z, you gotta hold
Yes.
it and hunt Scott down and
Well,
ask him to participate in the mental health retreat that we're working on, and
awesome.
it's a movie series, by the way. Okay, so Scott, first of all, I just want to thank you for your energy here live and really helping people process. One of the core intentions we have for everyone is that it's a whole and complete experience. Even though I'm like, go to Atlanta, come on, go with us, go to his class, go to VIP. We want it to be whole and complete so that it's an integrity, like a beautiful use of your time and a beautiful use of ours. And you really fulfilled the intention of walking people through shifting their beliefs and making moves. And I appreciate that. You also really played team with us here. Sorry, my daughter's texting me, and that one's hard not to, I got to put the phone down. You really
Absolutely.
played team here with us and sharing with your community what we have going on. And for those of you that know, like, we all give our word and we all get really busy and priorities take, but people who give their word and then follow through, you've become very important to me, like this. And we were introduced, 7-8 months, maybe a year ago, but because of the way you showed up when we extended, we'll definitely be having you back. And all the way around, you've been an excellent compadre. I don't even use that word. I don't know where that's. You've been an excellent part. Maybe it's the shirt. I'm wanting to go to Mexico, the Bahamas. I don't know, but anyway.
It's been an honor. Thank you so much, Z and Adora. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
All right, guys. So, team, there we go. Sometimes I touch the screen, but see, I'm not touching it. There we go. And no one took them out because they know I get fast. All right. So,
you got Olivia coming on next.
That's right.
That's right. Excited to do part 2 already.
Right? Tell me what you're excited about before we bring her up. And I want to see fire. Let me see your excitement in the chat, team.
Yeah, let's get the fire emojis going. We're in the home stretch for the day. And we started this conversation with Olivia, sharing some great examples on the branding part and the relationship part, the integrity, and also the human experience. The human experience is what really connects you, makes you relatability. So I'm really excited to continue that conversation.
Yeah. And for those of you who are just tuning in, we shared the story of how Olivia was called on by the UFC and was outperforming a lot of their team in the buzz that she was getting through her filmmaking, and, came on board, started telling the stories of the fighters, and helped the UFC go from, now they're $1 billion brand, right? By telling the stories of the fighters. But not only that, what I love most is her spirit of, it's time to be a creator. Like, give yourself time to get away from the noise, to tap in, because that is where the real influencers come from. Is it's all inside of you. So this is for you to have your brand breakthrough. I just want you, before we bring her up, I want you to imagine, I think sometimes I get this Joker kiss after a while. The red starts coming up here from my big jug that I'm drinking out of. So I want you to imagine, like, what the UFC had to pay Olivia for 6 years and what her companies pay her, right? And so sometimes it's easy to take for granted who we're sitting with and what's possible. But right now we're in a world that's so rich that if you really wanted to, you could, like, even when I read books of authors, I don't know, I'm like, so Dan told me to, so what Dan said to me was, because I feel like they're talking to me. You have that opportunity right now to have the brand coach, not the brand implementer, I don't know what the right word is, with you, guiding you through how to think and how to not just be like some big influencer for the sake of influence, but everything she was saying was about you lining up with you, with your authenticity. And that is a breakthrough. I'm having breakthroughs. And now one more someone throw a fire emoji and I'll bring her up. Project Uprise is about to throw one if no one does, but I hope they don't beat you. Someone in the chat. Thanks to Dora and Z. All right, Marcus, you're well. I'll take that. It's not a fire emoji. It's a thank you. Gratitude's way better.
But aligning with the fire, what I love most about Olivia is her passion for what she does, that deep fire that burns within her heart. You can feel that as she's talking. So with that being said, welcome back, Olivia.
Let's make Olivia big.
Yeah, thank you guys. All right, yeah, it's been good talking to you guys. So yeah, let's do this. Actually, I wanted to just to say something before we started, because I went back to the comments after I got out, right? And I just felt like I didn't really answer the last question. I went on the comments to see like what was the actual question and who was saying it. And I was reading Brenda, who's been with the event all these hours. She's been there, and I think she's still here. And she mentioned that she is in the look for what is her purpose, and she says because she missed her calling to be a professional dancer. And my sons were in the dance industry for a while as little kids. And I remember, I even worked with the Jabberwockies for a fundraiser just because my son was a dancer and I wanted him to have the experience to meet them and to sit on stage and talk to them. And in the group that my sons used to dance, which is one of the best studios in California, there was a program that was for dancers 30 and over. And they were one of the most powerful dance programs I've ever seen. And there's no such a thing as, missing a calling, right? Like, missing. And even though that I don't hear much Gary Vee, I know my husband used to listen to him a lot. And I remember that, he used to say a lot about things of like, people that love basketball, right? But you're not 6'2", like good luck, right? You're not, but each industry, right, has so many routes to take. And what I like to say, right, when the doors close, you go through the window, right? If your passion is dance, right, there's just so much life in that industry. There's millions of people worldwide, right, that is their passion as well, right? There's just so much to do. Like we have to stop looking at one side of things, right? And like I love the dance community. I love the industry. I learned to love the industry just from experiencing the industry with my son. And in that industry alone, there's just so much that you can do, and so much you can experience, and so much you can build. And people come in layers, right? So, you just like, no matter what your business is, right? The bridge, the marketing bridge from one person to the other, it's not necessarily just that one line of thought, that one path, because people have 1,000 layers, right? So, so I just wanted to throw out there to Brenda, right? That, if your passion is dance, right? Just don't look at it as just a one-sided industry where, if you're not, Lady Gaga's dancer, you didn't make it, right? There is actually, that's the beauty about entrepreneurship and business too, because there's the flexibility of building your dream through your passion in a million different ways. And just so keep that flexibility in your perspective, when you're looking at, your dreams and your passions and so on and so forth. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
There's a comment by Brenda on this that says, they say it's never too late, but I'm over 60 years old. I don't know, Olivia. What do you think? I hear your point though, but like,
What I think, Brenda, is that everything is possible, and we live in a digital world, right? That we have, billions of people at our fingertips online through their screens, and we can still connect through our passions. And just like you're feeling right now, that passionate about dance, right? Over 60. Now I ask you, how many people you think feel the same ways as you, right? So so now start thinking, right? What can you build? And everybody feels just like you, alone in a sense, right? Like that, I missed my chance, it's too late, and I'm alone. And that feeling alone brings people together and builds something, for everyone, right? So I just want to say, just think outside of the box, right? Opportunity is not something that you look for, is something that you create. I would love to see you not give up your passion and your dream, and just keep thinking and allow yourself to keep thinking about it. And when you're looking at all the things we do, and entrepreneurship and online and social media, like what is there? Like there is so many people that can relate to you.
I want to add just this piece, and I'm going to pass it back to you because we're pumping Brenda right now. Brenda, there is a lady who's in her, I think she's almost 80, and she's like high fashion, like she dresses outrageously stylish, and she'll come in her bikini sometimes, or her lingerie, and like real classy. But I follow her, and sometimes when I'm just scrolling, I'm like, she is such a boss. And the reason I follow her is she inspires me so much to age in such a beautiful way, and to just be owning her fierce fashion beauty. And so while there are people at the age demographic that would resonate, I'm 45, right? And I'm like scrolling on, this is one of the influencers that I love to look at. So it like Olivia's saying, open your mind. Okay, back to you, Olivia.
Oh no, but I'm done with that part. So whatever you guys want to talk about.
Okay. Okay. So I know some of you had questions earlier, and we talked already about brand. And when you build a brand, building it around your own authentic self. And we have a lot of, go ahead, because it's fresh. If you're a coach, a consultant, I want you to not just put you're a coach or consultant. If you're in a certain field, or you're an entrepreneur, you don't know, go ahead and put it in there. So other people can see you, and you get connected here too. You make friends, we can see you, and we also know who we're talking to serve you the best. But something else you have done really well, and we could go to the story of meeting your husband, and even to like why you and I'm a super fan of yours now. I was already a super fan, but how you have taken your heart for contribution, and why you think it's important that we do that. How do we work that into our business rhythms?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, activism.
Sorry,
Yes.
Olivia. Just before you do that, to follow up with Adora's question. Why is that important?
Right. All right. So yeah, no, for sure. And it's just like, for me, it reverts back even to brand again, looking for that purpose. Right. So I started working at 15, right? And by the time I met my husband at 20, right, I was very professional and busy. And I had no entertainment in my life. Even though, right, I worked clubs, but I was always like, taking care of things and like doing all working with the money. And so I'm that stiff person. I'm not like that, again, the literally, I love those people. I need those people in my life, right, Adora? But I'm the serious one, right? Like I'm the serious, just like, let's get to work type of person. And when I met my husband, my husband used to work at an animal shelter here in San Diego before we met in Brazil. but he used to work in an animal shelter in San Diego. Well, I had adopted my first dog when I was 18, and which I knew she saved my life. Like at 18, after 3 years of working nonstop, my year at 18 years old, because then I was an adult and I could work the adult clubs, right? So for because I was doing minors, right, parties during the day. So obviously, I had a big portfolio. I picked, the biggest, best club in Rio to work at. And and then at the same time, or a few months into that work, I was called to produce a soap opera, and in Brazil, soap operas are huge. So I was literally sleeping every other day for that whole entire year, every other day, because I would leave the club and I would just, take a bus that takes me directly to the studio. And so literally I could only sleep every other day. So I was breaking apart, right? I was literally mentally breaking apart. And so I adopted this dog and literally lifted me up. And, and that was all for me. I was still just working and working and working. I met my husband, and he told me all about the shelter. He told me also that in Brazil, in Rio, where I lived, that was the biggest animal shelter in the whole world with 10,000 abandoned animals. And I didn't even know about it. That's how connected I was. I was just like, hustling. So anyway, he wanted to go see it. And we, I called, that's what I'm good at, right? I called, got a hold of the president of the organization, got the VIP tour. She was like a stepping stone in our relationship, because she got us to work together, because then it was just like, so we saw this, and it was a lot of pain, right? So we get there, and it's like in this poor area in Rio. And literally there's a line going around the block of people giving up their pets, right? And on the other side, there's a table that's for adoption. And for the entire time we were there, not a single person walked in to adopt a pet. But there's 50 people in line, right, to drop their pets. And these animals, they die from depression. Like, it's literally, they stop eating. It's not, these people are like trying to help them, right? And the amount of pain that was there, it was life changing, right? In many ways. So when we walked out of that shelter that day, we're waiting for the subway to go back home. I look at my husband and go like, we got to do something. And so I'm like, we're going to make a movie. And so I worked production before. And so we called a bunch of actors, and they all love animals too, right? So we did these documentaries, and then 2 years later, they showed this documentaries to the governor of Rio, who is like not even paying attention, asking for bills of incentive of adoption and animal protection, animal rights, which was unexisting in Brazil back in the day. And he's not even paying attention. But once they play the documentary and he sees all these famous actors in it, that's the first time that he looks up, in the meeting and listens to them. And then he goes and says like, oh, I see this is a very important subject. And he signs the laws, right? Mm-hmm. Rio is a beacon in Brazil, so all the other states follow that lead. So we experienced that impact too, right? But that pain, right? It's like that pain. So from there, it was a lot of like, I can let go, just like Adora, right? Said, like, she can't let go now that she's doing this with me. Like, once you realize, right, the amount of pain that there is in the world, right? Like, what do you do about it? Like, for me, like, I just, that's all that fuels me every single day. Because for me, there's nothing bigger, that there is nothing that can be bigger. And I'm not talking just right about the animals, or not just about this. Like, you walk to your local Walmart and you feel the pain, right? You just walk down the street, there's just a lot of it. So it became part of my path to stay aware, first of all, to stay conscious, and to find solutions, right? And to try to find solutions. And even with the birth of Project Uprise, right, it was one of those things where, I wanted to build something where people can, find a place, in their lives, right, to dedicate part of their lives to something that they believe in, because that changes people, right? Like that lack of purpose that majority of people have right now, that is boycotting us. Like we're not supposed to live a life without purpose. And again, it goes back to that distraction. Why do we lack purpose? It's again just because we're out of touch with our own reality, with what matters to us. Because if you see suffering, you are a human. You are by nature altruistic. Like, and when you feel these things, like your very smart brain in there too, that immediately goes into effect to try to find solutions for that pain. And there's no way to stop that. And that process, that power, that urgency keeps you real and keeps your brain to a capacity that, like the distracted person won't have, right? So it's a really big tool for me. It's 100% like the reason of my success. Like I can tell you for a fact. And then actually I'll mention this too. And even though I didn't really read the book, but I thought it was a cool story. There's this the mom of this three. So she has three daughters. All three daughters are one is CEO of YouTube, one is the CEO of 21andMe, and the other one is top pediatrician in the world, right? And so everybody asking this mom, right, like what did you do? Like what did you feed your children when they were growing up? And she said, I took them to volunteer. I took them to see reality and to understand the problems that exist in our world. And just by doing that, they were constantly trying to solve those problems. And that capacity is what turned them into who they are today. Right. So, and that's just one example. Right. So that's the thing. That's why a lot of times we look at people with really hard backgrounds, right? And then they blossom and they succeed. I think that's why keeping it real, like keeping a touch of reality, understanding what's going on, just really brings your potential to another level. And I think that what society has done to us, right, is numbers down a lot. And with distraction.
Wait, did you just get with your cats? Is that why you're sniffling?
No, I actually this time I am fighting a cold, so I'm sorry about that. I didn't even know. I was like such a sore throat yesterday. I'm like, okay, I hope my voice stays through the weekend.
No, but please keep it. I wrote down volunteer. So everybody, she dropped us a bomb. We'll find out what that book was that you didn't read, but the answer. But what I'm hearing you say is that by those kids, and which is what you implement in your life too, that by them trying to solve these bigger problems, it expanded their capacity beyond their minds at that age, because now they're not just thinking for their school problems, their work problems, their whatever. They're in this big vision early of how to solve the world's problems, which expands the brain across the way. And that it's something that you do and believe. And I know you're about to throw more down about that, but I'm catching it. That's really good. And I hope you all are catching it, that when we're just focused in that survival mode or that distracted mode or the me and my business, even you guys who are impact driven, I know all of you, because we're very clear. I'm very clear on my marketing, who I want: spiritually driven, contribution minded entrepreneurs who are game changers, thought leaders. Like it drives you, right? But when you're here on how do I get my funnel to work, or how do I get 10,000 followers, and not in the bigger picture, which I know a lot of you volunteer, but that bigger picture allows you to think about solving bigger problems. So the smaller ones and what it takes to do that comes more naturally because you've expressed your capacity, and now you've stretched that capacity. You're about to say something about that's why it's important to stay in touch with the pain or with the reality or something like that. So where were you going with that?
Yeah, no, for sure. So so that's what I believe in. And and I think it's very important for a lot of things. It's important for mental health, right? Like to stay in touch with reality and to allow that pain to sink in and to allow yourself to connect to other humans in that level, right? But professionally it will help you as well. And again, it's just about just those layers of humans, right? That all the layers that some of them we just like oppress right, like, and we just like try to shove it down, but that really will allow you to develop skills that you will 100% utilize to become successful and for your business. And again, right, obviously successful businesses solve problems, and and it starts with that. But also it just helps you understand, like, even like your demographic, right? It's like a lot of people, they're talking demographic, right, and marketing, right, and just say like, what's your target demographic? And I ask this question a lot and I always get the same answer, right? It's males, 18 to 35 years old, and in the United States. And I go like, huh? like what do you mean, right? Because like, how do you even target that, right? Like, what is the thing? The thing is that when you start seeing people through the layers and you start letting that be a part of how you perceive people in life, then you actually know how to convert people. Okay, because you are going to where people are. That pain that we're talking about, we all carry it, right, to a certain degree. And when we connect to people, in that, the deepest connection we're going to create with people is when we understand that and when we share that. And right there's your closing, right? That's your there is your development of your product or your course, of your marketing campaign, of your closing strategy. Because it also activates the caring, right? It activates the caring. Like, you won't be successful at anything that you don't care about. Like, literally, like, good luck, like, doesn't matter, like, right? You can put money, and you can try to do things, like, you won't move a needle, right? But when you care, first of all, you'll be able to endure, right, the hustle a lot more because you care, right? Because there will be hustle no matter which path you pick. But then again, then you have more powerful vision, you have more efficient strategy, and you'll be able to navigate through life and business with a lot more success.
And that is such a powerful, powerful connection point. Knowing to connect with those individuals and meet them at their place, you have to know you, right? So there's a lot of themes that came through the day about that. And when you connect with that, you're connecting with someone with their heart. And that is giving, right? Because we're all naturally inclined to give. But we can't, that meaningful gift, as it were, can't be there until you connect with them at that personal level. So thank you for that, Olivia. Very, very powerful.
Yes, no, for sure. And Casey, right? Casey Clark, right? And she loves this too. And she's the positive person, right? She's like the super positive, like, she's just like this shining light. She goes. But she even mentions, right? She does this, right? When she goes out there, right? And I learned this, and I was able to put it in words, right? Because she goes out there and she's lifting people constantly, right? But because she cares, though, and she's getting something back. A lot of times, right? If you don't know where to start, right? That's why I say you don't know where to start, and I'm sweating, guys. I'm sorry. It's so hot. It's just so hot here, and I have the air conditioning on. It just doesn't. It doesn't matter. So if you see drips, I swear it's sweat, and I'm sorry about that. But so when you don't know where to start, or you don't know what to do, right? Like, just go connect with people, go lift people up, right? Like, literally, you go to the grocery store and you're talking to the cashier and you're making her smile, right? Like, you smiled. Like, it shifts your energy, it shifts your day, right? Like, I like to say, even like, I did a video for a gym that my children used to go to gymnastics, and I just wanted to help the gym. They're struggling and whatnot, so we did a video for them. And that video we did for free for them, right? Helped the gym grow and whatnot, and but build a relationship with the lady from the gym. That like a few months later, she calls me because like she has this project that she knows and she needs help. Literally, if you follow that string to today, we're talking about millions of dollars later. Millions of dollars later, just because I just went and did something for someone without expecting anything in return. So weather is like a feeling, right? Like I use that because, like I mentioned before, I am the stress type. So like, but I constantly try to not live in my head, right? That's me. A lot of people live in their heads, a beautiful place. I'm not that person. So I do that a lot, right? I live for people. That's what I do, right? I live for people. So because when I do that, right, then it lifts me up. I gain. I can say it's a selfish act, right? In the sense, I'm not saying like, oh, right, like because for me, that's how I navigate through life. That's what works for me. That's what brings me not only business, but that's what gets me through my day. So it's being aware of the pain, it's embracing that, is using that as fuel for my sense of urgency, which is already very high. And at the same time, it's just like getting me out of my head and doing something for people, right? I talked that about with my teenagers a lot too, right? Because teenage years are rough to be inside your head. So I'm telling my son, right, like, let's do things or go out there and do things, and he can find the reason within himself to do things, right? Because teenagers, like, either they're stuck to their bed or whatever, right? So I'm just saying, don't do it for you, do it for them, do it for for the people that you're gonna go meet, do it for us, do it for your brother, but do it, right? Like, just find your motivation on doing for others, like, especially when you can't find the motivation on doing it for yourself, right? So there's just so many layers on allowing yourself to understand the pain, and on connecting to people and staying connected with people and filling your life with that. Because I mean, like, the amount of hours that we spend on social media, that's literally setting us back. We can use that same amount of time to just be out there and do things for others, whatever it is, whether it's your family, whether it's your neighbors, whether it's at your local shelter, whether it doesn't matter, whether it's at the grocery store. Like, go to the grocery store and make everybody smile, right? Just come back and see how influential you will feel, right? Because you made an impact on all those people, and so just like that's why staying active and staying in touch with what's real is just very important to me.
So awesome. So awesome. And Olivia, I'm going to pull you in again over this weekend sometime, but I'll try to give you some days to have your vitamin C or whatever we need. I want us to bring up the offer one more time, because the main reason Olivia and I really started working together was because I was at an event where Olivia came up and she started talking about what she wanted to do with the harbor and helping the harbor. Olivia, you can say things about that, but when I was in that event, she was the person that stood out to me from everyone. First of all, she's just got cool on lock, right? And like how she said she's intense and needs, I tend to love, I am intense, but I tend to bring the people that are like Olivia. They're my people. My man is very serious and intense, Olivia. And but she was up there talking about the sex trafficking and child trafficking and what's happening in the US and what's happening at the harbor, and that her intention was to rally behind them, and that we would be, and it was like, anyone seen the movie The Matrix? I want you to drop The Matrix. I wish there was a Neo gif or something in there, you know, but for me, it's like The Matrix 2 when there's a battle cry going, like when Olivia was sharing, it was like everything in me was alive. Matrix, yeah, Deepak, everything in me was feeling that, you know, I mean, sexual abuse is a part of my history, or her story. And it's always been very important to me to help children, help women. And so when she was talking, it was like she was glowing. There's an aura, and there probably was an aura and fog and all the stuff happening too. But then when she reached out to me about Project Uprise and her heart and the pain of, you know, of what's going on with these children and how we need to do more, it was just like it lit a fire in me that will never go out. It just won't go out. And so we've been playing, some of you have seen some of our events before, you know, in January, and we had another great event about a month ago, and we're going to do a lot more events, and they're all designed first for this agenda, actually, but also for you to receive so much value, for things that we're already doing and places we're already contributing, to be able to move more of that money to make a difference in this cause. So this offer that we're laying out, all the speakers that got behind and their generosity, they're playing the same game. Like, how do we elevate you, the people who want to go out there and make a difference, but then move more money, including Les Brown. Les Brown was like, Adora, what can I do for you? Because of something I was doing for him. And I was like, I can't let go of this project. Like, I can't let go of this shelter. And he was like, well, then let's do an event. Let's do an event together. We'll do that then. So, Olivia, is there anything you want to say about the shelter before we go in the offer?
Yeah, no, yeah, I definitely can. And that event that you were at, that I went on stage is a huge example. That event, when I went on stage, they canceled my flight coming in, right? So I was literally like almost 3 days, like I had spent the night in the airport, then another night in the airplane. And I was literally without sleep. So I went on, and I was supposed to close this first day of the event, which I ran onto stage from the car that dropped me from the airport. That's how hectic it was. And I went in there. I was supposed to talk about the business and whatnot, and I couldn't think straight. I opened my slides, and I'm like, I'm stuck. And so I'm just revert back to what I know best, which is talk about one headers. And so I just went on and saying, like, you know what, guys, we had, some fundraiser going through, and I'm just saying, like, all the pain in the world. It's like, this is what's happening, right? So obviously, child trafficking in the United States is a huge thing. It's a lot bigger than anybody imagined, even when you watch a movie. It's happening in every state in this country. It's happening in every neighborhood of this country. It's happening to all economical classes. It's happening to, all races. It's just disgusting. And, and there's nothing being done. Especially inside the United States. Okay. And I'll tell you, like, even the efforts that are out there, they're overseas. And the reason is because overseas it's easier, to operate. And here nobody's doing anything. And I just can't, right? Like, we just can't. Like, there's just so much, like, everybody that like, someone that has been affected. If it's just because people don't talk about it, and that's the first problem, right? But second of all, there's just no money, there's no movement of nothing here, because when organizations operate better overseas, all the money's just going over there. And so we decided that we had to do something about it. The Harbor is a program that I work with them already for 3 years. I help them rebuild their brand. They're a drop-in center for children and teenagers that are, homeless or running away from something. And there's laws in this country that don't allow a child or teenager in most states to even check into a shelter. And the Harbor was created without a parent consent. But guess what? These children either don't have parents or running away from them. The Harbor was created after the founder of the Harbor was working at a church outreach, and was brought to her attention a 16-year-old that was going through some tough stuff. And she just told her story, that's exactly what happened to her. She got kicked out from her home by her mother, who, again, didn't want to deal with her anymore, teenagers, and she had nowhere to go. She tried to check into a shelter. She got turned away. And so she walks to a gas station, and she ended up being offered a ride. She got in the car, and there was no way out of the car. And that way went 2 years of her life, right? And this is happening everywhere all the time. The Harbor's in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is a hot spot for trafficking. And they don't have funding. They don't have funding. They have limited hours of operations. They need funding to be able to open 24/7. That's our first goal that we're doing together. And so that's what we're doing. We're funding the Harbor, and then we are going to spread that Harbor concept across the country as well, in all different states. So we have a whole plan laid down. And we are here trying to fundraise for that. And we're just trying to fundraise for that by giving people back value, by, using entrepreneurship, so you get something, right? And you can become part of your life and your business, what you do. So, entrepreneurial activism is a concept that we are trying to develop, and we're learning as we go here, right? But we have a big vision, and we're here to accomplish that. We're here for no other reason but to accomplish that. So everything that you see with Project Uprise and with Adora, it's always going to be that. So we're here fighting that fight. And we leave it to the end because we're also here to bring you value. But that's really what we're here for. So thank you, Adora.
Oh, no, God. I'm like, when I hear entrepreneurial activism, I want you to imagine like Harley Davidson and people wearing all the brands and the colors. It's like, we're already investing in, learning from Les Brown, learning from Shanda, learning from these great people. So what we're doing is more of that. Who can we bring you? The best minds, the best people, so that you actually, Olivia sold me on this, so that you have real ROI in your business, in your branding, in your life, right? We bring you the best athletes, celebrities, access that gives you ROI. That's different than going to a charity dinner and buying a jersey from an athlete, which is super cool, right? But it's more than that. We want to make it so valuable to you. So if it's been valuable, I want to hear that it's valuable. Have you been getting nuggets? Have you been getting uplifted? And then for those of you that feel called to make those next moves, get into the ring. I'm a fighter in a different way. You want to get in there with us, that you will be elevated. You will solve this with us. You solve it just by making the choice to be with us. You solve it when your business decisions, when you could go anywhere, and we have to show up and deliver for you to want to do that, right? We're not asking. This isn't the charity model. That's something else Olivia is looking to tear up and help more money, move to the right places. We need to deliver for you to want to do that. But then if we go over the top and freaking deliver crazy value and you get the quantum leaps that you are looking for, then why wouldn't you come be with us and imagine more money moving? Because, a third of everything we're doing here At Project Uprise, it's 100%, a third of this collaboration. And some of you, we're going to collaborate with you on your events. Like, imagine being able to have some of my celebrity thought leaders or Olivia's, because you chose to play this game with us. That's the game that we're playing, where everybody wins. Okay. So a third of all this is going to the harbor specifically. And awesome, Adriana. So what you're going to get is that Les Brown live event. And I'm not kidding. As soon as we close the cart on this offer, these tickets are going up for $1,000 each. All right. So that's a $2,000 entry. And there's a reason for that, right? We have 8-figure earners coming in. We have Sherry, the housewife from Atlanta, and some of her friends. I think we have Pinky Cole, who's a long-term, she's the owner of Slutty Vegan Restaurant. And she was the former, she's got a business that's valuated at $100 million, and the former casting director for Jan Van Zant. We have, all these people flying in to be with each other and to be with Les Brown and to create collaboration and relationship in a small group. We're not talking 50,000, we're talking 120 people, staff included. That's all the room will fit. That was no room in the inn. That's what they told me when I called for this place. Ken Jocelyn, by the way. It's the same place. He's the one who hooked me up with where to go. So you get 2 events to that, or 2 tickets to that. It's 2 days. So imagine what would happen 2 days where you're not just in a room. There is no hiding for you unless you really are adamant about hiding, because our team is assigned to making sure you feel connected, you feel networked, that we're even working on a directory. I don't know if we'll get it done. All right. We're trying, but so that you are collaborate and listen. Olivia's back with a brand new invention. It's 2 days in Atlanta. Okay, I need to stop because that is not my call.
That was brilliant.
It was good.
That was brilliant.
All right, awesome. So then you get my 5-day virtual online event, which this 5-day workshop is part of my $15,000, also my $60,000 program, where I'm focused on what are the connections you need? Who are the connections already in your life? Is there a door that I personally can open for you? Is there a door within the community? How do you do this in your own life? And it's kind of like done with, done for. So look, if we look at nothing else that is beyond the $2,500 value, everything else you're going to see, aside from the hoodie and the t-shirt and the poster, everything else was pure generosity from our speakers and us going, I love you too, Brenda. I love dance too, by the way. I really do. I got to dance for Telemundo for a little bit around California. I do that because it was around California, and I had to work so hard because I follow my own beat. It's really hard. Choreography takes me 20 hours. It took the other girls 5 minutes. So where I got lost there. So everything else was generosity from the speakers. And you heard Shanda, who's my friend, mentor, who constantly speaks, hook them up. What's your vision for them? How are you helping them? Hook them up. The rest is hook it up. Hook it up deal. All right. So Bill Walsh and his Ultimate Wealth Camp, 2 days in Las Vegas. This guy books 30 or 300 stages a year. I met him 20 years ago, but Lee Steinberg, I think I'm not even going to go with who he knows because I'm going to jack up the names. You'll see him tomorrow. All right. Shanda, how many of you were on when Shanda was on? And you learned in that moment, if all you did was rewatch what she threw down, you learned the method. You learned the method for this show, for what we're doing right now. You could literally... I'm going to tell you, the team will tell you, we have a lot of details behind the back of this that you wouldn't do it exactly like this, but you would have the base, right? And she threw in, you're going to get her 3-day event that I'm going to be at, learning, taking notes, getting collaboration. The last event I went to at Shanda, I met Billie Jean, and Billie Jean taught me about AI. All right, from Billie Jean Marketing. So she always brings the best, and she gives her best. You saw what happened in 45 minutes on the fly. So you're gonna get that. A ticket to that in Austin. You get Eric Sorensen's 100K in 100 days, which, by the way, those of you who weren't on here before, Eric adopted a child and it was in the news, and that child in another country was stolen and into what they believe is trafficking, which is why you may see him and think, oh, he's so polished. He has those gorgeous teeth. Stratus actually commented on them. Like, he has great teeth. He told me that. And Jane knows. He told us that in the chat. And you just see that. But like Olivia was talking about the layers. See, when I met him at the Napoleon Hill Foundation, when he flew Russell Brunson in on his own jet, because he's also a pilot, and I told him, and I hadn't told anyone really yet, look, this is what I do, but what's got my heart is this woman, Olivia, called me, and his eyes teared up too. And that's why he's here, right? But he really can. He does $1 million days, and he's giving you his 100K in 100 days program. It's virtual VIP access. So you get that. You're going to meet Rob Cosberg tomorrow. And Shanda said she was a testimonial of Rob, actually. And her book, Book Yourself on TV, you get his ticket that he sells for $1,000. The first 10, which now it's not 10, because I think at least 2 of you, haven't checked the numbers, already bought tickets. So 8 more to go. You get to be with Ken Jocelyn here in Dallas. You can give that ticket away. Okay. I know people to give it to if you can't come, or you're thinking like, remember, this is the bonus stuff. And he has a virtual ticket too. I bet we could get him to let you have that, but I'd be there in person if you can. And I am going to be there actually for the first day. This is with Brendan Burchard, Gary Brecka, and so Vic Keller, Randy Garn, the person on the advisory board for Tony Robbins. He also has a huge investor network. I met so many people at Randy's event. You get a ticket to that, and that's a $500 ticket if you go try to buy that right now. And you get your name on, when we complete the names, you get your name on a hoodie, a poster, the legacy poster like that, and you get the t-shirt, which we have lots of celebrities that have already committed and more that will commit to wearing that. And you'll be able to zoom in and see your name if you love that. But more important, you'll know you were part of that foundational group that said, we're going to make this legacy move together. So you go to acceleratemylegacy.com. If you're like me and misspell things, like, we'll have the team drop it in the chat again so you can click it. All right. But don't think, be urgent. And like Shanda said earlier, and I'm going to tell you, I remember one of my first awakenings to entrepreneurship. I was living in a boarded up home with no electricity. All right. I'd been living on my own or with friends from the age of 15. I lived on my own for a little bit at 12 and like 3 months, and Peppy Longstockings kind of life, if you have to be a certain age to know what that means. But I had no electricity because I wasn't managing it well. I was working in a jewelry store. And this woman came in and started telling me and painting a vision of being able to help people, with this weight loss that I was really vibing with. And so instead of getting electricity, I spent my check on an Herbalife distributor kit, which I'm not in Herbalife now, right? But I wasn't even affording electricity or the $50 rent. And when I say boarded up, it was plywood with the red X on stilts in Greenville. Are they stilts? Pillars in Greenville, Texas. And that moment of stretch, And I'm not telling you don't pay for your electricity or like sell, I'm not saying that, but I'm going to say that moment of investment, in that box, there was a cassette tape by Jim Rohn. So if you know what a cassette tape is, I listened to it on a Walkman radio, a battery operated Walkman radio. It was dark in there because I had no freaking electricity, right? And there's no sheetrock in the walls if you've ever been in a house in a rebuild. And I'm much neater now. And part of that is I pay someone to come clean my house. And I have a guy who's OCD, and his mom owns a freaking cleaning business. So I had to get my shiz together a little bit. Right. But I was messy. So I had like piles of stuff, and I had this cat with that was a stray. It's the only time I've owned a cat that was Siamese, and it had red whiskers because it ate what I ate, which was like ravioli out of the can, right? And so the cat's in there, I'm in there, and I'm listening to Jim Rohn. And Jim Rohn, I won't tell the whole story now, but if you know Jim Rohn or you've heard of him, I want to see some love or some chat or some comments in something in the chat. But Jim Rohn was talking about that we all have this destiny, and that we will arrive at this destiny. And you can tell where you're going to arrive by the decisions you make, the people you hang out with. And I'm like, oh man, this is not looking good, because I had already made a ton of mistakes, including being married at 17, running away at 3 months in on April Fool's Day, not on purpose, to someone who was going to be a pastor. All right. And I was supposed to say prayer Bible club, at graduation. I run away with some other guy. So I'm like the town loser. All right. The town scandal, the scarlet letter. I manifested it. I'm like living in my little boarded up place. And yeah, Tony Robbins was the next one. But what he woke in me is, look, get a mentor. And I'm like, oh crap. Then he's like, the library's full of them. So I read 75 books that year. Listen to, I can't tell you how many audio programs. Tony Robbins was the next one that I listened to, and he sold me on constant and never ending growth. And that choice, that investment in something way out of my comfort zone, nothing in my legacy that I could think of said, hey, you're going to succeed, like, hey, you're going to make it. You're going to become a top everything from this. But that choice to follow that inkling, and it was way uncomfortable. It meant I'm going to stay in the dark again. Oh, I kept the cat because it kept the mice away. That's why I kept the cat, for the record. And it was like God sent, because I would lay there and like feel things go across. But that choice, I am not the same woman, and the destiny that I am at right now was set back then. Back then, I remember thinking, if I could ever touch someone the way Jim Rohn is touching me right now, because he was like, I had my spiritual awakening with Christ, but as you could tell, I burned that bridge. I was supposed to be a pastor's wife, like lit it in flames. And so in the moment, I'm thinking like, I screwed up with God. I know I didn't, but I didn't know that back then, right? And now I had this next awakening to like, college wasn't an option. I didn't see it for myself. I didn't see anything for myself, but that woke me up to entrepreneurship and never ending learning. And that choice to make an investment that was out of my comfort zone, that I didn't know how I was going to, what the next move was, has absolutely shifted not just my legacy, but the legacy of my 3 beautiful children. They've never been homeless. They have safe environments. They have fit bodies. They're healthy. They're magnificent. Like, I'm learning from them all the time. It moves me what's possible when you make that kind of stretch. So those of you that are feeling, and some of us just take longer to process, and you're thinking like, I don't know if I should do this. Will it really work for me? I've done so many things before. Like, be speedy. Like, make that move for yourself. Make the move. because you're going to figure it out. You're going to figure it out, and we've got your back. And I can't make income claims or promises because, you know, I have a mentor who says it all the time, and she's taught me to say it because we, you know, people. But what I can tell you is that still today, I look back at last year, and last year was busy AF for me, right? And I love a good cuss word, but I'm going to abbreviate right there. So it was so busy. And a lot of that busy was traveling and getting in the rooms. And I'm about to go on another sprint of that. And it was the best thing I did for myself. That's where, remember, I went to Puerto Rico, hung out with Shanda, met Brent Gove, that opened up the Dennis Waitley event. Then I met Ken Jocelyn, and then right? So I just want to encourage you. You've heard so many people talk about the room that you're in, the quality of people that you hang around with. Like, as I was listening to you, Olivia, I'm like, I'm so glad she's my friend. Like, I'm so glad I have that waymaker, creative, wild mind that it just suffers and takes that suffering and makes magic. I'm so glad I have her in my life, you know, and I'm glad you're here with us. And I want you to have more of these people in your life, you know, if it's calling to you. So
be intentional, as you said, because once you become intentional, the gifts will come from that.
That's right. That's right. See, I'm going to bring it down. When I'm feeling playful, an accent comes out often. All right. And Z brings in the like hot math. Okay. Yes, Z. Anything else you want to say before both of you?
It's been incredibly inspirational from Olivia all the way down. And Olivia, I'm going to pass on a remedy for your cold through Adora. Okay. I think you'll get healed real quick.
You could put it be generous. Put it in the production chat that we have going.
Will do.
So the whole team has the remedy.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. I will do that. Definitely.
Yeah, in our side chat. Thank you for that, Z. Olivia, anything you want to say?
No, I just want to say thank you. I'm really glad to have you in my life as well. You know, and I can tell you, anybody watching this, right, and trying to figure out what to do, there's not a lot of people like Adora in this world. And you know, I've been going around for a while. So being in her circle, it just that alone, right? Like, it will make an impact in your life. And I can tell you that 100%, you know, and I felt it, right? And so I just want to say that. And so I just want to add that to the offer, right? So, but of course, right, just remember, you're making a change. You're going to be connected to a lot of people. And just do that for yourself, right? Just know that nothing is impossible. Just don't give up on your dreams, no matter how wild they are, right? Just remember that. Just know that, right? That is a fact, right? Whatever path you're going to take, right? Like, that was a fact. You know, and just keep moving forward and join the Uprise, you know, and get to where you need to be. It's never too late. It's never too late. And, you know, and we have a lot of proof of that too in our lives. And, and let's do this together, guys. Thank you, everybody that was here. And, you know, and I know we still have more days to come. And, you know, I'll see you again as well. And I thank you, everybody, you know, just for jumping on and being a part of the movements, because this is what this is.
Yes, it's a move it. I like to move it like Brenda moves it. All right. Yes. And so we're going to end with our gratitude. You will get an email tonight. Hopefully, if it doesn't come tonight, be merciful with us. One thing to know is I'm going to give you a tip. If you go to the VIP upgrade page and you see the pictures, you can click on any of those pictures. And if they've already spoken, the link to their gift is there too. So there's another little hookup for you. But tomorrow we are 10 a.m. you'll want to be sharp because we have Mr. Les Brown in the house. And you want to share, be generous. Les loves it. You'll want to blow up the comments, tag him. I heard Oprah say before that after every show, people, it doesn't matter how famous, they go, how'd I do? And you know what? Les is the same. He loves your feedback. He loves knowing what's opening for you. And, you know, you're standing out to us commenting. So be sure to come here. And we'll see. We're going to end with this gratitude stack with Tony Robbins. And then we'll see you in the morning. Thank you all. And thank you, Z.
How many got some unfinished business that you put off that needs to get resolved? So let me show you how fast you can resolve that by putting yourself in a different state. If you put both your hands on your heart, please put both your hands and physically feel your heart. And then breathe deep into your heart. And as you breathe deep in your heart, super deep, feel like the blood, it's like several breaths of blood, and the power of that blood and that oxygen pouring through into your lungs and throughout your body. And you can close your eyes if it helps, put your hands on your heart. The thing that bothers you, the thing you've not handled, pick something that if you really focused on it, it would be stressful. And then measure that. What is it, 0 to 10? And ideally pick something that if you focused on it would be a 7, 8, 9 or above, not a 2. Because if we change the 2, you'll barely know it, right? You won't notice it. So if we pick something high, you'll see that it works. Perfect. Okay, now let go of that, put your hands on your heart. Wherever focus goes, energy flows. You know that from where you place your eyes. You know that from the way you move your body. So right now, put all your focus in your heart as you close your eyes. And breathe deep in your heart. And as you breathe deep, feel the oxygen, feel the strength of your heart. Feel the power of your heart. It beats 100,000 times a day without you thinking about it. It pours blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels. If we took all your blood vessels and straightened them out, they go around the earth twice at the equator. That's how much is inside of you at microscopic level. What are you proud your heart has guided you to do in this life, or to make happen, or to enjoy? As you breathe in your heart, feel grateful for your heart. For as long as it beats, you live. And give thanks for the grace that gave you this heart. You didn't have to prove you were worth this heart. Something created us. You all have your own individual beliefs, but whatever created you knew that you were worth it before you did anything, because it gave you the greatest gift of all, life. And it beats in your heart. Feel the power of your heart, the strength of your heart, the beauty of your heart. As you breathe in your heart, we're going to think of 3 moments in your life you could feel totally grateful for if you wanted to. So it could be little moments. It could be birth of a child. It could be meeting the woman of your dreams. It could be a time on the basketball court. Just pick any moment at all. It could be from your childhood, from your adulthood. It could have been from last week, today. It could be from any time. Pick a moment that you could step in that moment like you're there again right now. See through your own eyes what you saw. Breathe and feel what you felt. And fill up with a gratitude just for a moment. Really let yourself feel grateful to God, to your family, to your spirit, your soul, to whatever it is you can feel most grateful for in that moment. Fill up and give yourself this gift of gratitude. Let me tell you why grateful is so useful. When you're grateful, you kill the 2 things that destroy most people's lives, anger and fear. You can't be grateful and angry simultaneously, can you? So gratitude destroys anger. It'll be a good one for you. And you are grateful, but just magnify it. And the other one, anger and fear. You can't be grateful and fearful simultaneously. Feel that moment, fill up with it. Now think of a second moment you could feel grateful for. It could be a totally different moment. Any age, any stage, and then step in that memory. Like you're back in your body then, seeing what you saw, hearing what you heard, feeling what you felt. Fill up with that gratitude. And then finally think of a third moment you can feel deeply grateful for, but really go there. Breathe in your heart, step in the moment. Feel it. Breathe it. Fill up with that gratitude. Appreciation. And as you're doing that, start to feel energy building in your body now with the gratitude. Feel like an energy coming up through your legs, coming up from the sky, through the top of your head into your heart and soul. Like you're guided. Have you ever felt like you're truly guided? Like your creator, life is guiding you? A higher purpose. What if you were here not just to play basketball? What if you're really here because you're inspiring souls all over this country and around the world to remember they can compete and have fun. They can find their way to being the best. And with enough discipline, enough enjoyment, with enough teamwork, anything's possible, and we're the proof of it. Build that energy up in your body. And here's what I want you to do. Just reach out with your eyes closed with your right hand and imagine we're gonna do 1 minute of memories where it's gonna be in hyperspeed. Like you're gonna pick any moment, a sexy moment, a playful moment, a proud moment in your mind. Start with a proud moment. What's a moment you're really proud of? And then reach out and bring it in your heart, and as it touches your heart, say yes, and feel it in your heart. Say yes. Yes. Breathe it, feel it, enjoy it. Fill up with that moment you're proud of. Reach out your right hand, think of another moment you can feel truly proud of in your life. Great moment. Bring it in, pour it in your heart, stack it on top of the other, say yes. And feel them both mixing together, stronger than they were apart, reminding you of who you really are as a soul. Reach out and find one more moment you can feel really proud or excited about. Reach out and grab that and put it in, say yes as it hits inside your heart. Yeah. And feel all three of them fire off in your body at once. What you're doing is stacking the good. Most of us stack the bad when we're stressed. Let's stack the good. Now, think of a moment in your life that really, truly you cherish. It could be any moment you cherish, a beautiful moment. Reach out and grab it, bring it into your heart, stack it on top the moments you're proud, and say yes, yes. Find another sacred moment, a sacred moment in your life, a beautiful moment that you're grateful for, and bring it in, stack it on all the others, and say yes, yes. And then we're gonna start to speed it up. Think of a moment where you laughed uncontrollably. Think of something so stupid made you laugh out loud. If you can think of one, reach out and grab that moment, bring your heart and say yes, yes. Think of another silly, stupid moment where you did something dumb and cracked yourself up or someone else. Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in, say yes. Think of one more crazy, fun moment. Pull it in and scream yes as it hits your chest and feel it stack on top of the other, say yes. Now, think of a sexy moment, a sensual moment. No one else needs to know. You know the moment. Bring it in and say yes, yes. Bring another sensual, sexy moment that you cherish. Step in that moment. Feel it. Bring it in, stack it on, and go yes, yes. Now take a moment of excitement. A moment that excited you. You felt so alive. Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in and shout yes, yes. Now do 2 more exciting moments in a row, one after another. Yes, and bring it in. Yes, and bring it in and feel it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now think of a moment in the future when you're gonna be proud. Step in the future like seeing a trailer of a movie yet to come. See the highlight. What's a moment you're gonna stand proud and you're gonna have so much joy in your heart and soul? Reach out and grab that moment. Bring it in. Shout yes and feel it. Yes. Do it again. Yes. Yes. And again. Yes. Yes. Now, 2 minutes. Any moment you're proud of, you're grateful for, in the future now. As many as you can stack in a minute. Go. Yes. Yes. Stack them. Go. Yes. 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 Now make a sound that would feel like if you had unleashed your soul with sound. If you unleashed total certainty, absolute certainty, make the sound. Go! Do it again, enjoy it even more. One more time, warriors, go! Now, in this state, keep feeling this with your hand back on your heart. Keep breathing in your heart, not your head. Your heart can have a blast. That's like your spirit. That's what's made you who you are. Your spirit, your soul. You've made this body show up because your spirit's in charge. Make sure it's still in charge. Feel it reignited, reawakened. The season begins now. While you're breathing in your heart, think of that unfinished business, but stay in your heart. And with no fear, no stress, breathe in your heart, wide open. Finish this sentence about that situation. As you breathe in your heart and you're in a beautiful state, you'll have a solution. Ask your heart, all I need to do in that situation is, all I need to remember, all I need to focus on in that situation, all I need to do is what? And your heart knows the answer. Feel it. Finish the sentence from your heart. All I need to remember, all I need to focus on, all I need to do is what? And your heart knows the answer, doesn't it? So when you find yourself stressed, breathe in your heart. You can do it on the sideline. You can put your hand on your heart. You can just think of it and put all your focus there. Breathe. Think of 3 things you can be grateful for 2 minutes. And your entire biochemistry changes. Your heart and brain will work together, and now the flow state is back. This is your time.